Okay. Hello. Hello. Guten Morgen. Good morning. 'Tis a nice rainy Sunday morning for me. Which is nice because it's been very hot. It has been very hot. So some rain is welcome. Let me get situated here. Okay, are we ready to go? Am I ready to go? Am I getting better at this? Let me check my videos here. We got the right description and stuff. Okay, I found a default description for videos on YouTube, and that's been great. Although there is no default category. I don't know how much that matters. I need to ask somebody. Okay. We have updated. We're here. We're ready to do game dev. Okay. Good morning. What have we done here? What do we have? I think we have here a pretty working well entity system now. Hasty Wasty, good morning. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Look at this guy just staring at the floating terrain chunk. Look at us here. Beautiful scene. Let's just take a minute to acquaint ourselves with the morning. Breathe in. Breathe out. So tranquil. So tranquil. So yesterday we did a lot of stability work. It is feeling more stability. I did find a couple more things, a little bit of bits and pieces of robustness I want to implement. I keep finding little like corner cases and stuff like that I want to fix. And so there's these like little bits of terrain. Let me see if I can find one. There are these like little bits of terrain that cause issues. I don't know where one is. But they're just like these little like jagged outcroppings kind of. Where can I find one of these? Where I would like to visualize it myself, not just for explanation purposes. I guess something's yeah, it's like this. It's like this right here. So like, you see how this is just like a straight fucking wall, basically, this part right here? That's what causes some issues with movement, because like they'll be on. Let me turn the triangles on here. They'll be on this one. Sam Chucks, welcome in. Hello, friend. Your stream was amazing and motivating. Oh, thank you. Let's connect. I have some idea. Oh no. Oh no. I'm about to get invited to a pyramid scheme. I have some ideas to share that could help you improve if you're open to it. You can comment whatever you'd like on the channel. I'm not just gonna give my Discord out to people though, but you're welcome to comment. We can chat about it here if you'd like. I am not interested in any pyramid schemes. I will say that though. But anyways, the issues arise when they're like on this part of the terrain. This one here. Okay, I'm not gonna move the game because that's laggy with the triangles drawn, but they're here and then they move. They're like trying to get to a point up here. And then they move and they hit this. And then my little gravity velocity algorithm thinks that they're trying to move along this. And it like bounces them out. And then they fall through the ground. So I had to implement like a step up, like a step height, basically. So I did that, and that was working better. But I've also found out that, what case is this? Already on terrain, do trace in new velocity direction instead of gravity trace. If we get hit, there's a steeper slope or wall. Right, because if this is too high, they will fall through the ground. If this is higher than the step height, they will fall through the ground. So that's what I'm trying to, I guess, avoid now. And I feel like that's going to be like one of the last things we need to do for these entities. These guys. And I feel like we'll be able to move on. Oh, and also, I was dealing with a freaking really stupid ass navigation mesh issue yesterday. And I figured it out. And it's really weird how... So basically, like, some of these trees, you see how there's, like, holes in the nav mesh here? Like, we want that. We want that, so our entities don't just go straight through the trees. We want that. But some of them weren't. And it seemed to be dependent on which instance static mesh they belonged to, like which static mesh they were. And also which terrain chunk they were on. Like, and it was the same every single time, so it was very deterministic. But essentially how I fixed that was that I just needed to update, I needed to specifically call update component in navigation octree for every single ISMC when it spawned. So that's, I don't know why, but that fixed the issue. My drawing senior. Hey dad. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, but we want to fix now. Where was my example? Where was my example at? Yeah, like right here. So the nav wasn't updating. Yeah, I guess so, which is weird because like I was calling it for other things, but I guess I don't know. Like you'd think when you added instances to an instance static mesh, it would update the navigation, and it does when you remove them, as I verified yesterday. Anyway, here's the, yeah, this is like this is one of the scenarios I need to, maybe this one isn't tall enough. I guess it would depend on which angle I hit it from. Yeah, if we're here and we're trying to move to a point that's up here, then we hit this wall, and this one I think is short enough that the entity would step up on it, as I've implemented last night. But if it's taller than that, I essentially need to, I think I just need to like reset the state tree, because like we should never get a path that's like that, and if we do, something's gone wrong and we just need to reset. And I have another case here, like I ended up having to do a dot product on the angle of the impact normal to the up vector to see like how far is the impact normal from the up direction, right? So if it's 1, it'll be in the same direction as up. 0 will be perpendicular, -1 will be like straight down. And so for less than 0, like we've hit like a ceiling or something. We've hit like a ceiling or some sort of asset or something, which is weird. So I may want to reset and like just to reset the state tree, and then that'll make it force to get a new like navigation path. And I think that'll probably fix the issue 9 times out of 10. Mom made cinnamon rolls? Okay, sorry, gotta go, guys. I'll be over there in a sec. I'll be over there in a sec. Just kidding. Just kidding. We need a better button for that. That was very slow. Was very slow. Okay, so let's yeah, so for here, so Rav, hello, welcome in. We're already on terrain. Do trace a new velocity direction instead of gravity trace. Right. I need to like bypass this. Let me try to get a scenario of this happening nailed down. Let's run the vlogger here. See if we got any bogeys. The game is just, of course, completely unplayable. So laggy when the vlogger's on. What are you building? First time watching it? I'm working on a video game. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. Here's the terrain. Here's just a small chunk of the world. And it's gonna be, you know, something like Vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades is what we're going for. And I want the whole world to be like running. Like every single, maybe not every single, but I want a lot of the colony simulation to be actually running no matter where you are in the world, even if the terrain isn't there and stuff like that. So I'm working on a system to do that very efficiently. And this is the exact example that I was talking about. You see these little like vertical outcroppings? We hit one. We hit one. And so the slope was too steep there. Now let's see if it handled it gracefully. So we hit that. I got all these different velocity traces. Look at his path that he took too. Yeah. So do the NPCs not walk through trees now? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm sure they could like clip a little bit through it, which is fine. Okay, so this one was, the step height was fine. So it actually gracefully handled that, which is great news. Because before, I think he would have just fallen. Okay, he did kind of get stuck there for a frame. He like went in, out, in. Hang on, let me get that. How are you generating the terrain Perlin noise? It's a lot of different noises. A lot of different noises. But yeah, that's you have the right idea, for sure. And simplex is basically like new school Perlin noise. Perlin noise has some diagonal artifacts in it. Perlin can only do so much. So simplex is kind of the successor. Okay, so what happened here? Why did we move back out after we hit this? It's kind of hard to see. There's so much going on here. The orange trace is going in that direction. So yeah, we went there. Then once we were here, once we were there, then what happened? Yeah, so we hit the... It would be nice if I could not get not terrain hits at the start location. Buddy. Sam. I already responded to you. Please do not spam. You are more than welcome to share whatever you'd like, as long as it's not spammy in the channel. I'm not going to give out my Discord. In case you didn't hear my response last time. The first time you said that. Always had an interest in building games? Me too. Maybe I'll learn it from you. Well, you probably learn a lot better by going to Google. Yeah. There's a lot of free resources out there. But yeah, there's a lot of little things that you can pick up from just watching someone else do some work, you know. Just little things that you maybe didn't know about before. That's always nice. I know I've learned a lot from chat as well. The learning goes both ways. Okay, so I don't know what scenario this was that like knocked him backwards off this little wall. He probably should have just stepped up on it. It's not the turbo encabulator. I don't have one of those. To be honest, this is not a scam. Doesn't matter. You don't need to spam stuff. Like I said, you can share it here or not. Those are your options. I mean, it handled it fine. I'm not too worried about this situation. Let's see if there are any others. Let's focus on the goal here. Okay. Boy. Well, I wish I knew how he got there. Damn it. I don't have any of the previous frames. I didn't start... Yeah, he's been falling for a while. He's been falling for a while. Okay. Yeah. That might have been one of the situations I was talking about. Well, here's another one. That's that might be going in the opposite direction. I just want to share... I know, you said that already. You have one more chance. You have one more chance. Damn. What's your favorite thing about making games? Well, I just enjoy building things, honestly. I enjoy building things. I enjoy solving problems. And video games is kind of a combination of those two things. I like to, you solve problems and then you get to see them built in the world and then you can play it and it's fun. It's very, very satisfying. And you can also be like very creative with it as well. So it's not just like, you know, solving math problems. A little bit more than that. I don't know why it said he was falling. This is actually, that one is actually totally fine. I guess he was falling for one frame as he was stepping up. Okay. So there's that one guy that's just falling. I wish I caught him already. Bloom, don't be weird, please. From where do you get the assets for games, like 3D models and all? All these are just like free stuff that I've picked up over the years. Unreal Engine has fab.com, which they do like free assets every 2 weeks, which maybe there are some more. Let me check. And then you can just pick them up for free and then you just have them. Like, here's the free... Oh yeah, these are nice. Look at this. Here are the 3 free things this week. So you can get all these assets for free right now. Forever. Which I am going to do that real quick. So that's one option. There's another option that is... Okay, I have to sign in. Never mind. I'll do that after the stream. But then there's also Humble Bundle. If you go to the software section on Humble Bundle, there's usually like a ton of assets that you can get for like super cheap. And then the money goes to charity. So you can pay like 20 bucks and get like 100 assets or something. So that's where I get them. Let's get some more samples here and just inspect. Yeah, there's that guy that's been falling, and he's gonna keep falling. Should probably have a kill floor at some point, so they just eventually die and get cleaned up. Okay, nothing yet. So let's do a quick check. Okay, what happened here? What happened here? Okay, so we were moving this direction. Go boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, so he ramped off the off this little ledge here, but he landed on the ground. But he jumped over the wander point, so he had to move backwards. He overshot it a little bit. That's okay though. You handled that well, my friend. You handled that well. Okay, what were you doing? Slope is too steep, is it? Oh yeah, this little ledge right here. Yeah, these little outcroppings are cause a little bit of issues, but they're finally like... Yeah, they're handling it gracefully. Man, I wish I had the scenario. I mean, maybe that's this one guy falling. I wonder if that happened from the scenario I'm trying to find. I did not capture that one though, so kind of hard to tell. Okay, we're just gonna wait a little bit. Okay, let's see. There's that guy who's constantly falling. Okay, that's fine. Let's grab a new world here. So yeah, this is the procedural terrain. That's how it generates. I spawned. That was me. Now all the assets are gonna start spawning now too. There we go. And then after all that's done, navigation's gonna start. And then once navigation's done for each chunk, then we're gonna start spawning guys. Okay. Where is the vlogger? Okay. Hit this thing. What entity was this for? Hello, please? There we go. Entity 176. Ah, yes. Entity 176, who is apparently stuck at the moment. I remember the day 176 was born like it was yesterday. He is apparently stuck. Yeah, you're not on a nav mesh really. Well, you're like on the very... God, you are, he's on like the very corner of that nav mesh. That's crazy. Okay, and so you're like trying to do stuff, I suppose. Ceiling. We hit a ceiling? Oh, I see. Oh my God, he's in like... Okay, that's a new one. That's a new one. Yeah, he should not be up in there. How'd you come up with your game idea? It's kind of a game that's been evolving in my mind for years and years. Years and years and years of playing other games. Now, is the nav mesh on the back face of this? It kind of seems like it. The nav mesh should take into account like the agent height, right? Cell height is 10. Maybe that should be higher. I do have agent height as 180. Mark low height areas. Mark areas with insufficient free height above instead of cutting them out. So wait, it should be cutting them out if that's not checked then, right? Filter low span from tile cache. If set, only low height spans with corresponding area modifier will be stored in the tile cache. Reduces memory, can't modify without full tile rebuild. God, I wish there was better documentation for these things. Let's just see what this guy does. Is he like, if he's not falling through the world, I'm going to consider that an absolute win. Gonna be a lot of unknown edge cases to deal with. That nav is wild, trying to walk on the same line. Yeah, it seems like it. I would have thought that that would have gotten called from the, like, agent height, whatever it does. First time I see the visual logger seems useful. It is. It's pretty imperative for me for testing this. There'd be no other way I could test this. Bye, Drunk Senior. See ya. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your cinnamon rolls. Wait, what has happened? What is... What is happening here? I think we just have like a fucked up terrain chunk here, actually. Oh. Weird. What a weird slice of terrain. That is actually valid? Okay. That works, I guess. I don't know. I'm not too worried about that case, I suppose. That seems fine. Do we have any other errors? Entity 89. Ah, yes, Entity 89. Entity 89 was a troublemaker. Yeah, your dot product, you're on a very steep slope, I think is what the issue is here. So he's moving, he's moving. He's moving, boom, and yeah, he's trying to go up. How did you even get a path up there? Do I have the frame where you like calculated your path or what? Oh, boom. Where is it? Where is it? There's the path he's supposed to be on. Okay. Games really are problem solving. Must feel crazy if you scroll through all the live streams and remember all the times of confusion. The thing is, I probably don't. I probably don't remember everything. But yeah, I do remember certain problems I've tried to solve. And how difficult they were. Yeah, you're not going the right direction. Did we increment the path index? I think so. So I think we might have gotten to this destination point a little too soon. Yeah, dude, your velocity direction is not correct. Slope is too steep, but he's doing fine. I mean, he's gonna get there. So this is actually, again, it's handling it gracefully. I'm considering that a win. I am considering that a win. This is the guy I was already looking at. Okay. I'm gonna clear everything out now. Okay, hang on, pause. Take a look at this one. Okay, so we're on a terrain chunk that is unrendered. He's falling. I wish I could see what the terrain looks like there. Might have just, there's probably just a little ledge right there that he fell off of. But again, he handled it well. Good job, Entity 206. 206, we will be watching your progress with great interest. Great interest. Yep, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. What makes your game different from other open-ended games? I mean, if you're comparing it to any game that's open-ended, I mean, that's a very broad category. So, like, there's a lot of room for just being an entirely different game. But even if you made that more specific, if you narrow down that category, I think the things that I'm doing uniquely are I am trying to do procedural, like I've never seen a procedural RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo, like there's just that combination of genres. I've never seen it. I've never even seen a procedural RPG Colony Sim combo. There is like Medieval Dynasty, which is like an RPG Colony Sim kind of. It's not procedural. And the RPG side of mine means like lots of abilities to choose from, like, you know, different classes. You can be mage, warrior, rogue, hunter, warlock, you know, that kind of stuff. Paladin, priest, you know. Whereas like I've never seen a and even if you want to say my game is survivally, which you wouldn't be wrong to say so. Survival games, you don't have abilities really in survival games. At least most of them that are out there now. What's the roguelike elements? Well, nothing right now. We haven't gotten really to any of that, but the way I envision it is it's going to be like a long form roguelite where like the flow. Let me just go back here. We're gonna pause this for a second. Just stop that. We'll take a look at you later. So, you know, I have all these abilities on my bars down here. Maybe hard to see, but there's gonna be more than that. That is, I'm gonna have more bars. So think something closer to vanilla WoW. You've got some talent trees to choose from. You know, when you create your character, there will be classes to choose from. Don't know, I haven't like nailed down all the class design or anything yet by any means. I haven't done any class design. Just some random ideas on a piece of paper. Same with the roguelite, but you'll pick a class. I'm thinking that the talent trees will be static, or they'll be the same for every run. And you'll get spawned here in the center. Here's the world. This is procedurally generated. And these different zones will have different names, different storylines. They'll have entities in them like what we see. There's going to be some colonists that you can come across in various ways. You know, maybe there's a bandit camp and they're keeping some people hostage. You know, you clear out the bandit camp and you can recruit the hostages to join your colony or something like that. I have a building system, so you can go around and collect resources to you know, build houses and stuff like that. Your colonists will have like needs and desires that you can fulfill that'll make them happy. They'll have different skills, as will you, for like crafting, for building, for you know, harvesting plants, growing plants, you know, mining will be another one. Social skills, intelligence. There's going to be a research tree, like a colony sim related research tree. And so you'll basically be running through these different zones, which will be, they should be distinct in some regard. There'll be a different level range as well. These white dots are like the entrances from zone to zone. And so if you want to get to like this green one to this blue one, you'll need to figure out how to do that. You may need to find a cave that goes over there. You may need to build up and over the mountains that are on the borders, or you may need to just dig through the mountains. So you'll be running through the world, recruiting colonists, building your colony. And if you die, you will start over at level 1. At your colony, or whatever the nearest, or whatever the because you can have multiple. You will be able to have multiple, so you'll start over from a colony. Don't know how I'll pick that yet, but and whatever you built before is still going to be there. Doesn't thinking about this daunt you? Like it'll take forever? No, it excites me. It excites me. Excited about the idea of your game. All game types I love. Hey, me too. I'm glad I'm not the only one excited. It's gonna be weird when you're not working on procedural landscape. You've been grinding this for a minute now. I mean, I think I always will. It's a big part of the game. It's a big part of the game. But yeah, the flow is, you know, you set up your colony, you do some colony sim stuff, you do some building, you set up defenses because you will get raided and stuff like that. You'll go out in the world, you'll explore, you'll level up. There's going to be a cadence to the leveling process. Every few levels or so, you're going to get a choice of random abilities to pick from. And you can pick one. Like maybe it's probably going to be like 1 out of 3. And so as you level up as a character, the roguelite element is that your build is going to be different each time. Your talents will be static, so you'll have to pick talents that are good for the abilities that you've got. And, you know, there's going to be some meta progression as well. I don't know what that'll be. There'll be some currency that you can spend, you know, after you die. And another element of the roguelite progression is your colony, right? Like, maybe the colony that you built has some really good crafters in it. So when you come back again, you have like way better gear than you would have at level 1 last time, right? because you acquired a bunch of resources. Your colonists, you know, are able to craft you some armor and some weapons. And so now it's a little bit faster this time because you got better gear. You know, you spent a little bit of your roguelite meta progression currency on some stuff. It is going to be very godsy, so I'm thinking that you can like kind of worship certain gods. Maybe you can build like a statue to a god or something that will change the run up a little bit, and then maybe you can denounce other gods that will make the run more difficult for you, right? You know, you denounce the god of the underworld, and now, you know, some demons spawn randomly and try to kill you or something, you know, that kind of thing. And then I would very much like it to keep the builds fresh. I'd very much like it if you can discover and learn new abilities as you explore in the world. Like, let's say you're like a mage. Maybe you can find some archmage or wizard or something, and you can do a quest for him. And then he gives you a scroll to learn, you know, some Giga Fireball ability or some shit, you know, something like that. And then that would unlock that ability in the current run. And then in future runs as well, that'll be like a part of that pool of abilities that you can pick from. And so that's the flow of the game that I'm picturing. And yeah, there's still a lot of decisions to make at a micro level. That's like kind of the macro level flow. Is there anything else I want to mention about that? I guess I'll also mention that like your colony can get attacked while you're not there, including when you die. So I might do like a small time skip when you die, and like send a raid at your colony or something. And so you might, if you didn't set up your colony defenses well, you might come back and some of your colonists are injured or dying or dead. Right. So that might be a thing. Well, it depends on how hardcore it needs to be, because in a normal colony sim, will there eventually be co-op? I would love co-op to be in there. Yeah, I really hope I can get that working in there. Because yeah, running around doing that flow with your friends sounds awesome, right? Forgot what I was saying. Really like the map setup. That's so good. Nice. This is WoW, basically. Basically. Needs co-op for sure. Yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun. It's a very wide and high level expectations for a one-man army. That's okay. I'm up to the challenge. Like, I'm not trying to, my goal isn't to just release a game. That's not my goal, right? My goal isn't to get into the games industry. I don't want to be in the games industry. I just want to work on this game. That's my goal. So I don't care, you know, scope does not scare me. I've gotten shittier scopes from product managers before. This ain't my first rodeo. Oh my god, he's like a fucking MLG. You can do it. Good to see someone passionate about something. Hell yeah. I mean, that's... If I was making a smaller game, I'm not sure that there's a smaller game that I would be passionate enough about to stick with. I've been working on this project for about 2.5 years now. Going on 3. It's almost 3. I think it'll be 3 in like November, maybe. So, I am quite passionate about it. And then, yeah, I hope for there to be, like, some procedural dungeons. Yeah, I hope for there to be some procedural dungeons, you know, down underground that you can come across as well, that have like loot and bosses and stuff that you can fight. That's again very far down the road. I don't even have any procedural points of interest, but that should be coming soon. I do have a bit of a roadmap. I don't know if I'd call it a roadmap, but these are just like the next things that are on my mind. I need to. Right now, what am I working on? I'm just working on like entity system stability, like movement system stability improvements, really. But I think one of the next things I want to do is change. This is a big one. I might move this one up. Changing the terrain generation to the CPU, because I am getting some errors with the chunk generation. I'm thinking one point of that error might be where I copy the data from the GPU to the CPU, because it all runs in compute shaders now, and I only have one thread to run those on, the render thread. So I'm thinking maybe if I change it to the CPU, not only will it be a little faster, but we can avoid some of those issues. And I'll have more control over it as well. It'll be easier to work on. Well, I might move that up. But I think the next thing, I'm just spawning like enemy entities right now in the world and like making sure they can move around without falling through the ground and stuff like that and not get stuck. But after I get that all ironed out, I will need to start spawning some actual like recruitable colonists in the world. And then I'll need a flow for recruiting them. And I already have like, you can talk to them right now and you can say, join my colony. That doesn't really do anything other than add them to your colony like data struct. Which means you can give them commands. And so there's a couple commands you can give them. I think you can tell them to go chop trees, and you can tell them to like go get food or something. What are the dark spots on the map? That'll be ocean. That's ocean. So this will be like a little lake here. Yeah. The darkness and lightness of each pixel represents the altitude. And so here's what the map looks like before I color it. Is it this one? It's this one. Here's the uncolored. There's the same map, but it's uncolored. So if you picture the white parts as mountains and the black parts as oceans, that's the map. And then I overlay that Voronoi color diagram on top of it to give it all the biome information. I don't have water in the game yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, I need to recruit random colonists in the world, but I need that to actually do something. Like, I need you to like, they need to get like, go back to your colony somehow, wherever that may be. Maybe you don't even have one yet, so I'll need to handle that scenario. So that kind of flow is going to be what I need to work on next or soon, I think. Like, I'm wondering if I'll have a system where you can just have a colonist follow you. Excuse me. Because like, especially if it's going to be co-op, I'll need to keep that in mind with the difficulty of the map. And so maybe you can like kind of invite colonists to your party or something, and they'll follow you around if your friends aren't there. And then maybe you can take certain colonists with you to like level them up and stuff. But then you also need to make sure they don't die. Could be fun, but that'll need some extra logic there. I don't know if I want that or not. I don't know if I want you to just be able to have a guy follow you at all times. I don't know. It'll need some thinking. And I'll need to definitely design around that. That would be fun. I think it would be fun if I did it well, but if I don't do it well, you know, I think it'll be annoying because your colonist could die. You know, he's not gonna like do the right moves. He's gonna be a lot, you know, it's always like that thing of when you're escorting NPCs in a game and they're just a fucking liability, you know, if it's not done well. So that's kind of what I'm worried about. And I'm also just worried about having to design around that. Like, I would rather design to where all of the progression is on the player. And so putting the successes and failures entirely into the hands of the player. And then also, what about the assigning tasks would be good enough? That's 100% going to be in the game. That just needs to be in the game. But it'll also be weird if, like, you know, you die, you start over at level 1, and then you have like a level 20 colonist or something. Like, can you just invite him with you and he one-shots everything? Like that, the balance there, it would be difficult to balance there, you know? Maybe it could be like Bannerlord Warband. You start as a small group when hiring people. There's vagrants, your party size starts small. Then when you get your first colony, it opens up. Yeah, I don't think, I think I want to go a lot smaller scale. So I don't think this is going to be like, I don't think you'll have thousands of, or even hundreds of people in your colony. It's going to be something smaller scale, more on the scale of RimWorld. Yeah, you can definitely get to that large scale, but that's like in-game. That's after a lot of hours. And one of the reasons I want that is, one, performance, but two, I think it builds like a kind of like a relationship with each individual colonist a little better. Because when you just have like dozens of colonists, like you don't really get to know each one. You don't have a vested stake in each one. But when you only come across like a random colonist every once in a while, and they have different personalities, they have different skill sets, you know, they have different quirks, different classes, different abilities, you'll become attached to them as they, you know, the more that they're in your colony. And so then that would increase the stakes for when they like die. And how much you want to protect them, right? Like maybe he's a really good chef and you don't have another chef in the colony, or a cook or whatever, or you know, a farmer or something. So, you know, entity 83 is really important to you. I think something the smaller scale is what I would want. I think it's just going to be easier to manage as well. Like one of the difficulties is like most colony sims, you know, they come from like a top-down omniscient perspective where you can kind of, you know, it would be from like this perspective, and then I can click on each colonist and send them to go. I can see what they're doing at all times, you know, because I can look around in the world. I can click on them and I can see, hey, what task are you doing right now? Where do I need to send you? So there's going to be a lot of designing around that I'm going to need to do. I'm thinking that I'm going to need to slow down the colony sim a lot. Because most colony sims, you have like the fast forward button as well, like in RimWorld. I'm thinking like, especially if I'm wanting the player to go out and explore, I don't want them to feel like they can't leave the base. You know, I don't want them to be scared to leave the base. So NPCs powered by ChatGPT voice commands would be awesome. It would. And I do intend to look into like, what is it, 11 Labs that does the speech to text. So maybe we can get that running in the game, because they do have LLMs attached to them, or like it's a Gemini API call to generate quests. But and then maybe I'll use some local LLM models as well for just some banter and conversation stuff. But yeah, I think I'm gonna need to slow the colony sim way down to give the player some room to explore, some room to make mistakes, because you can't make everything perfectly optimal when you need to be running around. I'm also thinking that maybe mid-game, like right now, building works like, let me get back here. I have to click here. I have to place each individual thing. You know, let me get to a piece of flat ground here. You know, I have to place each individual thing, and then I can like allow construction or disallow construction, but then they have to like, they would bring the resources here, like wood 0 out of 100. I have some wood already, so I'll just put that in there. And then they have to build it, which will take more time than that. But, like, I don't want to have to place every single one of those by running around in the colony. My colony could get big, so I'm thinking maybe I'll need, like, some other colony management mode where you're detached from your own character. And so you can build in this kind of view instead. I think that'll be a lot easier. Entity 83, yeah. Makes sense, more like Kinshi, where each member holds more weight. Yeah, for sure. I haven't played Kinshi, but that is definitely the sandboxy vibe I would be going for. So what are you doing? What's this game about? What's the concept? How are we approaching it? The RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural terrain. We're kind of talking about the overall vision right now. But here's the world. Procedural world, different every time. You know, I'll have a lot of different classes. Combat similar to vanilla WoW, maybe a little bit more interactable than that. We'll have some survival light mechanics. We're looking at the building stuff right now. World's going to be online at all times. So even when you're not around and you're exploring the world, your colony's still going to be running. It could get attacked, you know, that kind of thing. And then when you die, you start over at level 1. And you'll pick from random abilities as you level up. And you kind of create a new build every time. That's a little bit different. Loop Trader, welcome in. Hi man, do you perchance need any music for your game? Eventually, yes, 100%. I don't think I'm anywhere close to the point of that. Would really like to be a part of one, and would love to help composing music for it. Yeah, for sure. You'll have to stop buying it. When I get to that point, I will for sure be talking about it. But these are all like placeholder assets and stuff like that, so I'm still pretty far away from. Same with like art and assets as well. Like I'm pretty far away from like nailing that down. I still think I'm working on just the foundational systems and the foundational piece of the game. So yeah, when I get there, I'll definitely be talking about it. So Maybe. Maybe. Nah, AI can duck it up. I forget what I was saying when you typed that. We vibe coding, I see. We are not. We are not vibe coding. This is not vibe coding. Not yet, at least. But yeah, that's kind of the, that's going to be the flow of the game. A lot of systems to work on. And I was just kind of talking about the kind of the next big things. But yeah, like what would happen if you find a colonist out in the world that you want to recruit and you haven't built anything yet? Like where would they go, you know? And like if the player has built anything in the world, you know, you could just send them back there. And then like, because I intend to build out like kind of a colony volume. And like, I don't know, has anyone played Civilization? Like Civ 5, Civ 6, Civ 7? You know how like when you're building your civilization, like each tile that you claim expands your border? I'm kind of picturing something that looks like that, but just in memory. And then that kind of acts as like a location or volume that your colonists can go to and stick around, you know? They need to be within a certain radius of that, whatever that volume is, you know? And maybe I can use like a spline or something, get the centroid of the spline, and stay within a radius of that. So if you've built anything, you know, maybe you can just send them back there. But then what if I've just built that right there? And then way over here, you know, I've built a house or something. And then way over here, I've encountered a colonist that I want to recruit. You know, why, you know, which one would I send them to, and how would I like let the player pick? If that, you know, that's kind of the design things I need to figure out there. Sneaker 101, welcome in. Why don't you assign them manually to a location? Yeah, but what, wait, assign what manually to a location? Yeah, I need colony manager. Yeah, I do intend for there to be like different roles and stuff. I think the combat system needs more work. Every system needs more work. every system needs more work. There is no system that is finished yet. But not wrong. Not wrong. The animations need a lot more work. But yeah, like how would you let the player decide between, you know, random thing that you've built here versus, you know, random thing that you've built way over here, you know? Because I don't want to be one of those games that's like you have to like you can only build in certain areas where you like put something. Like in Valheim, it's like a workbench, which is like super minor, the workbenches, but there are other games that have a much more heavy-handed approach to that. Like Fallout 4 was an example. Like you can only build within a certain radius of this like particular point of interest, you know. Assign a settler to a location, but like how would you let the player pick the location? That's the problem. You're just gonna give the player coordinates? Player's not gonna know what that means. That's the problem. And then he looks for building things to do in the distance of this location. Yeah, but the problem is defining the location. How do you define the location? On the map? But then how would you, okay, so let's say, that's not a bad idea, by the way. That's not a bad idea. Let's say I'm like way zoomed in, right? You would probably need to put things on the map as to where you've built stuff, right? And so that would need to be the thing. And then you would need to have the map high enough resolution that the player can actually click on a location. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea though. But it needs, that would need some things on the map. Like I would need to, first of all, this is singular zone would probably need to take up this whole screen, right? To be at high enough resolution for the player to actually verifiably click on a place that they want him to go. And then you would need player placed buildings to show up on there as well. Which is not a bad idea. Which is not a bad idea. But I think eventually when you actually have, because like eventually I think I'll have you build like some sort of town hall structure or something. And then that will like define a colony. You'll give the town a name, you know, maybe you'll come up with a faction name as well. And so you can have, you'll have one player faction that is your faction. And then you can have multiple towns throughout the map. But then you'll have to build like a town hall. Otherwise it's just like an outpost or something, you know, which I do want to incentivize. Like, I do think it would be cool, like, you know, maybe your colony is, or your town is here, but you want to set up like a little outpost, like a little, like maybe there's a bunch of ore in here. You set up a little mining outpost out here, you know? I do want to incentivize that because I think that's a really fun, it's a really fun building aspect to it. And I think for that, I would need the mining to take a long time for that to be worth it. Otherwise, you just go in there as a player and, you know, do what you need to do, get out of there. So I may need like really big deposits of ore. Maybe something like Valheim. Maybe like Valheim type ore. Legends on the map. That would be good, especially for early game. I think for like what's the simplest version of that? The simplest version of that for me would be like a list of actual colonies, right? Where I can send it send you to it. I mean, if you're going for realism, not necessarily, no. Then you'd gather a bunch of peeps and guide them manually to sites so they follow you to it. Well, I'm thinking more so like the flow would be like, you know, everyone has a job and priorities for jobs, right? It doesn't need to be like a singular job. You can say like, okay, hey, you harvest plants if there's any plants harvestable, and then after that you can go, you know, mine any ore that's been designated, right? And so if there's like plants over here that are a part of the colony, you know, he would harvest those. And then if there's ore, you know, maybe he goes over here and mines the ore. He runs over here. But then you would need to set up like some places to get food, some places to sleep. And so when he's done, you know, he would go to like the nearest bed that he owns or something, you know. I think he would go there and he'd come back out, you know, is there, you know, he wakes up in the morning, gets some food. Is there any plants that I need to harvest? You know, no, because it's just the next day. There's probably none grown yet. No, okay, then I can go mine, you know. So that's what I'm picturing the flow to be. But I also want there to be like, maybe you can assign, I did build out like a little area thing. It's kind of shitty at the moment, but, oh, and it crashes as well. It crashes. Wonderful. Never mind. I was going to show it, but you can put like a little area shader on the ground that defines an area, and that'll be for like stockpiles and stuff. But I'm thinking also you can build an area and be like, go chop trees in this area, you know, and maybe it can be go mine ore in this area, and then you can name the areas. And so maybe you could do a 3D one of those and just be like, hey, mine any ore in this area and name it like, you know, iron mine or something. Something like that. How'd you figure out the procedural generation? A lot of trial and error. A lot of trial and error. Or if one of these settlers is a mapper, has mapping skill, then you could show him a marker on the map and he could guide this group himself. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be kind of hard to do it on a group-wide scale. You ever play Banished? No, but I've seen it. It's I think it's been on my wish list for a long time. But yeah, I think it would be kind of difficult and a little clunky to do it on like a group scale. And for one colonist to guide a group, that would be a little difficult. I'm going to be right back though. I need to take a quick break. And after that, we can get some more work done. Okay. We're back. Okay. Enough yapping. Enough yapping about the game. Let's get some stuff done. Yeah, I do like the idea of getting the map integrated in some decision making for the player. I guess I'm used to this map where it's not really that useful, so I didn't really think about that. But I do intend to put like POI markers and stuff on there. Okay, this one has continuously happened. This is a crash that just happened. For some reason, the instance data is 11. Is that what it's supposed to be? No, it's not. It's supposed to be 8. It is supposed to be 8. Wait, why did it crash here? Oh, it's this assertion. Oh, maybe this isn't a crash then. But yeah, that assertion is bad. Let me see where I set. Let's add some checks around custom data wherever I set that. Oh, I guess I do. Let's just say not equal to 8 rather than less than 8. Oh, I already added a few checks. But I guess it's more than 8, not less than 8, so that never got hit. Yeah, throw some breakpoints in there so we can see what happened. Okay. I think we actually can skip that, yeah. Yeah, that's an error. That is an error. So yeah, maybe we need to do some work on the world map sooner rather than later, because that's actually better for the early game when you don't have like a defined colony yet. Because like the easiest form of like sending a colonist somewhere would just be to select a colony name from a list, a town name from a list. But like, I guess I can't. It's hard to even get there. Hard to even get there. Maybe I should let the player put pins on the map to certain places. And then you can reference those easier. You know, map markers. Yeah, I have been thinking about making a cartography like profession. But I don't know if I'd have enough things to actually fill out that profession to make it useful. Because like I kind of like how Minecraft does navigation. Like I love that you can get lost in Minecraft. I actually love that. I'm actually very anti minimap in games. I think in a lot of like specifically like open world games, you know. I think in a lot of cases it actually takes away from the world, like especially in vanilla WoW. Like if you ever play WoW without a minimap, it changes the game. The game feels completely different because you're looking around in the world at landmarks to decide where you're at. And like we've all been in Minecraft, and what's the first thing you do when you go exploring in Minecraft? You build the fucking torch tower straight up in the air, or like the lava tower, you know, so you can find your way back. Create one more map and submap per zone with POIs. Yeah, that's what I picture in my head, because that's how WoW does it too. And you can click on zones and zoom in, zoom out, you know. You can get lost in Worm Online. I have not heard of that one. Oh, it's a Notch game. Interesting. Notch is an interesting guy. He would call me not a real programmer because I didn't make my own game engine. But, you know, he didn't make his own programming language, so I don't think he's a real programmer. He didn't write the machine code himself, okay? You can craft map and worm. Also, you have a compass, and you can use stars to navigate. See, that's... I like that a lot better than having a mini-map. And like in Minecraft, you have to make a map, and then it's only like a certain radius, you know? Another thing that I might consider... I guess maybe that's another reason I didn't think of the map idea. It's because I'm not even sure I'm going to have a world map that's like always available. I do kind of like in Zelda that you can find... Like one of the first chests you open in a dungeon has the dungeon map in it. And it's kind of simplistic in Zelda, but it would be cool if like each zone you could find a map in it, and it would give you the map of the zone. Or, you know, like I said, a cartography profession where you'd have to create the map for the zone. Map pieces would be cool, yeah. But that would kind of fuck up the click the spot on the map where your colony is, you know? That would kind of fuck that up. Whoa. So yeah, I'll have to do some thinking about that. We're not there yet. We should be continuing to test this out. We've got over 1,200 entities in the world right now, and it was running great. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that there's 1,200 entities in just this small square. It should strike a balance between realism and fun. I'm not going for realism by any means. Yeah, so I am going way more fun than realism. What's a good video on how you learn to code for Unreal? I don't watch any specific video or tutorial or anything. I just figure things out as I go. Okay, here, this scenario again. The same guy. I'm surprised. Yeah, that's just a bad spawn point, honestly. Honestly. You're like idle, right? Okay, here's one of these little ledges that's always weird. Yeah, he was fine there. Uh-oh, is this guy falling? Yep. Entity 360 has been falling for quite some time. You may need to restart and see if that happens again. See if it's the same entity. Hit the wall, but we did fine after that. Okay. Yeah, that one was fine too. There's probably a little ledge somewhere there. Okay, we need a restart, and keep entity 360 in your head. I don't know if it's the same entity every time, but there is some guy that's falling to the ground somehow that we need to track down. Fog of War and reveal progressively, then map pieces give you a complete area. But I mean, that still doesn't interact with the you know, choose the point on the map that you want to send the colonists to, you know. Which is I guess the problem. I do like that. That does sound very user-friendly. Entity 360. Thank you, Hasty. My little note taker. Yeah, and at that point, you know, doing Fog of War and reveal progressively, and then also have map pieces that give you a more complete area. I don't know, that just seems like two systems that don't interact with each other very well. And Worm, you get tired when moving on dirt road, but you can grind and gain XP and run easily. Cool. You could have a route map layer for assigning routes to NPCs. Yeah, but the point is, like, if you're gonna do like a Fog of War of any kind, or some discovery of any kind, and not show the zone, you know, you're gonna have to put these buildings on there. But I mean, I guess if you've already discovered them, because like if you place a building somewhere, you've already like discovered the area, right? I'll need to give it a lot more thought. I'll be honest, guys, it's not that easy to think about things live streaming in depth, in detail. Shocker, I know. Okay, what's going on with you, buddy? Oh yeah, you're the shitty guy who's just like wandering back and forth. Okay, we've almost spawned Entity 360. We're on 290, so. 360, we're almost there. Okay, 360 got spawned. But he's doing okay. He's doing okay. Pause. Where is Entity 360 anyways? He's doing fine. Everyone's doing fine. I'm gonna clear that out. As Unreal Engine takes up 35 gigs of memory. Oh my god. Mein Gott. Pause. Okay, we have a fall, I think. Yes, he fell. Oh, he fell, but he landed on the back face of that. Okay. Okay. I did not think that that would be a possibility. Okay, but he hit this little slope here. Yeah, the gravity trace did not, it was too high, right? This is too high of a slope to step up on. Right, I think this is, that I believe is the scenario that I wrote down here. So I need to do a, so when I come up with this orange arrow where I move them, I need to not do a gravity trace this frame. I need to do the trace. See, the thing is, like, if I do the trace in the arrow direction, that should be tangential to the plane he's on. So I guess I'll need to change the Z. Well, I guess I'll need to move the start point up a little bit on in the normal direction. So I don't get just hits along the surface. Kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. We have velocity, we have new location, so we need to skip this last part. Basically. Okay, so let's do a new trace. I don't know what I'll call it. We're just going to copy that. I guess this is sliding dir trace. And we will go from... Is current location the same? Well, I guess we go from impact point. That's where we're drawing the orange. From impact point, which I want to... F vector impact... we'll just do sliding dir trace start equals my generic utils get point along direction, and it should start at the hit result dot impact point in the direction of the hit result impact to normal. Distance probably just like 1, maybe. Is that too much? That might be too much. Maybe just like, we'll start with 1 and see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. That's going to be the start. And then the end, sliding dir trace end is going to be something very similar. But it is going to be... God. Okay, hang on. F vector sliding end equals this. I just fucked all that up, didn't I? Okay. Sliding end is current location to sliding direction. Yeah, and I guess I just need to grab this. We'll go sliding end. Yeah, I think that's pretty substantial. I think that's basically what we need, yeah. Sliding dir trace. Okay. And so I guess I need this outside of this. Yeah. B sliding dir trace hit equals false. Okay, and so if we get, well, actually it's if, actually it's if we get this hit. If we hit here, if we get a hit here, what the fuck do I do about that? Because we've basically hit like a wall or something. I guess that's our new location. I guess that's our new location. Because we could just hit like a slope that's slightly higher. And then next frame we'll get the new sliding direction. YouTube chat as rubber ducky is fun. It helps a little bit actually sometimes, just talking out loud. It gets tiring though. It does get tiring. And then I add like a plus 0.01, right? Yeah. So that's just our new location. So I don't need that actually. If I don't get a hit, here, I guess just the trace end is the new location, right? New location equals sliding. I guess I'll just do out hit dot end. Right. Wait. Hit result dot end trace end. I should be setting that, right? Yeah. So we set that. And then it's if we don't have a hit here is when we do gravity. Oh, but I'm doing step up as well. I guess step up might not, this might fold into this condition, actually. Yeah, I might need to fold that in. If dot is less than 0.5, okay, what is it? If we're less than 0, we hit a ceiling. Slope is steeper than 45 degrees. Yeah, this might fold in. Even if we've hit a non-walkable slope, we are going to try and get the... Well, this move vector is just going to be like too much. Like, what do I do? What do I do at that point? Step up? I mean, I guess if we... Yeah, I guess if we get to that condition. Yeah, okay, we can still do it. We can still do that. Okay. I'm going to say if we don't have a velocity terrain hit or B step up, we do the rest of this. Yeah, and I guess that goes in there. Oh, I'm so scared of this. Okay, let's rebuild. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, let's see how this handles. What do you think about AI replacing all types of coding? What's your view? I'm learning web dev. Any advice? I mean, I think the job's just going to change. I don't think it's going to replace all coding anytime soon. You know, even if it does replace coding, sort of, you still need someone to architect it, right? You still need to interpret requirements. You know, the software engineers are not. The job of a software engineer is not going away. And like, I think if you're a company that... like, you know, my company and most companies I've worked at as a software engineer, like, we have a huge fucking backlog of things to work on, right? So even if the, you know, next year, you know, one engineer can do the work of, you know, a whole team, like, I think a good company is going to have enough work to do. And so it's not gonna... there's a term for this. There's a term for this. Fuck, let me try to search it. You know what? I'll fucking AI Studio it here. Term for when battery capacity increases, but battery life stays the same because we just use more of it. There's a term for it. I forget what it is. Is that it? Jevons paradox? Let's read. Occurs when technological advancements make a resource more efficient to use, thereby reducing the amount needed for a single application. However, as the cost of using the resource drops, if the price is highly elastic, this results in overall demand increasing. And so the one I've always heard that applied to is like any type of energy that we get, like new sources of energy, like they just get used up. It's a power vacuum, kind of. And that's how I see software engineering. I think the demand will increase because it will get cheaper, right? Because you can do more with an engineer. That's kind of how I see the future. Now, are there shitty companies that are going to lay people off? Of course there are. You know, is there going to be I mean, we're kind of already in a software engineering recession, I think. The hiring boom is over. But I think that's more a sign of the economic state that we're in right now. Higher interest rates, you know, a lot of overhiring from COVID happened. You know, money's not cheap anymore. I think that we have a lot of uncertainty in the US right now, economic uncertainty, which is never good. AI will devalue knowledge and skills. Yeah, you still need someone to run it. You still need someone to run it. Does autopilot devalue the skill of a pilot? No, because you need someone who knows how to fucking fly the plane when that goes wrong. And you better fucking trust that he can. And I understand that coding is not exactly as high stakes as a fucking pilot, but it could be when you've got you know, millions and millions of users, and an error could result in a massive loss of money, right? An error made by AI could result in a massive loss of money. You want someone accountable. AI is not accountable, right? What's your future plan? Should I go in software engineering in 2025? Yeah, if it's what you enjoy, I see no reason, you know. If you enjoy it and you have an alacrity for it, and it's something you want to learn, absolutely, go for it. You're gonna have a harder time than I did when I first got into the job market. But you know, I wouldn't discourage anyone, other than just warning them that it's more difficult to get a job and you're gonna need to do more to stand out. I would probably do some sort of project. Like, my move was like, I don't have a college degree. I was a dropout, but like my move was to always do side projects, and so I had tons and tons of side projects on my resume. And back when that first was a thing, you know, the hotness was Internet of Things, and so I put that I can turn on my coffee pot from anywhere in the world on my resume, and that recruiters love that. That's not so impressive anymore, but it was back when I first started. Okay, so we still have guys falling through the world. I may need to restart that, but I would recommend, like, the new hotness is AI, so I would do a project, a really cool application of integrating AI, or like making your own, training your own model, you know, something like that. I think would get people to look at your resume more. Yeah, let's restart. I may have just like fucked this up more than it was already. Let's actually stop that till I spawn. How come you're writing custom collision logic? Why doesn't UE handle it? Because I want the world to be online at all times. And with procedural terrain, I cannot have every mesh built with collision at all times. That's too much memory. It would be, you know, 16 plus gigs of memory. And my entities, when they move around, I can't have collision on them because collision needs to happen on the game thread, and is very expensive when you do it for thousands and thousands of entities, right? So it's unrealistic for that reason as well. So there's one reason is for efficiently running it's really all about running the simulation. I say simulation, but running the game really efficiently on the whole world scale. And so like there, you see this over here, like there's no terrain, there's no mesh here, there's no collision here, but PCG still knows how to place the assets there because I stored the vertex and triangle data in a bounding volume hierarchy. And that's the collision system for my terrain. And I do line traces through that bounding volume hierarchy, which is quite efficient. Okay, all good so far. And so like when I'm not around, when the player's not around, you know, entities still need to move around over here. We'll see if I have navigation will make its way out here. It's still generating, but there will be nav here for entities to move around and stuff. Trees will be in memory. I'll be serializing a lot of the assets and stuff like that to cache them. And then I query from the cached, you know, I call them environment items, from the cached environment items. You know, if they want to go mine ore, they need to, you know, load them from the cache if they weren't recently loaded, because I have like an LRU cache for all my PCG points basically, so that they don't stick around in memory. The only ones I keep around are the ones with collision. And then because the instant static mesh component is actually very, very low memory. It actually doesn't use a whole lot of memory. So I just keep those around, and then that plus nanite will hopefully be quite efficient to render, you know. Maybe I'll probably like visibility cull them at a certain distance, just to like, I don't know. We'll play around with it and see how much is necessary. But there's a certain distance where it's like, dude, I can just get rid of them. You know, I don't need them to actually be visible in the screen at a certain distance. You know. But then there's that new like voxel, nanite voxel foliage stuff. So no errors yet. This is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Yeah, let me know if that makes sense. If that doesn't make sense, Lolichi, I can clarify a little bit more. Yeah, I have to make my own collision system, essentially to efficiently render the world. I need to be able to use the collision on background threads, basically. That's the reason, which you can't do with built-in Unreal Engine collision. For the most part. I think there's probably some things you can do, but like, I don't think you can't move entities around efficiently. That was the big bottleneck. Like when I had, because right now they're all vertex animated instant static meshes. All the entities are. It's super laggy right now, but like these guys, they're all vertex animated static meshes. So these are all instant static mesh instances. And when you move those with collision, it's, I mean, even if you moved an actor with collision, wait, when the fuck did that start happening? I just looked at this. Are you serious? I missed it again. Okay, this guy, I think that guy might have, well, no, son of a bitch. What were you doing, bro? You just fell straight down from here. Dude, did I not look through this before I reset it? God damn it. Dadgummit. Thing is, like, they should never walk off a steep ledge, right? Like the pathfinding should never. Pathfinding should never. Okay, and then this guy. Put me like right on it, then I'll just go straight up. So he fell right here. Yeah, I'm gonna guess he like went through here. Wow. Yeah, that's just that one. I think he just dies. I think he just dies. I think he just dies from walking in there. This is just a weird section of terrain. He should have stepped up onto it, is what I would have liked to have happened. But I'm gonna guess we got a velocity vector and it hit this side. Do I not have a let's put that breakpoint back in there. I'm gonna guess we hit that. I should probably reset the state tree there. Let's do that. I reset it here too. Yeah, like what are we even doing there? Reset the state tree, get a new path. Do I need to rebuild every time? Because Unreal Engine just says, with the visual logger on, uses 43 gigs of memory. Nice. Yeah, I think min memory specs for my game will be 64 gigs. I might grab some more coffee. I'm feeling some more coffee. Yeah, I'm going to be right back. Get some more coffee, guys. You all should get yourselves more coffee, too. You deserve it. Okay. We back. With coffee. With coffee. That I just spilled on myself a little bit. I'll be right back again. Okay, back for real now. For realsies. Let's do things. Okay, we rebuilt. We made some changes to the. I guess I'm kind of reinventing nav walking a little bit. You know, that's what I do here. I reinvent systems that are already in Unreal Engine that work better than what I could ever hope to implement. Okay, let's spawn here. We're spawned. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Start. Okay, we should be spawning things, please. There we go. Now we're spawning things. Cool, 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 cool. Did you all get yourselves more coffee? I hope so. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only caffeinated one. Okay, I don't have... That's putting too much on my shoulders. I need you all to be caffeinated as well. Properly. Not too much, not too little, just properly. I have a nice cinnamon roast espresso with chocolate milk over ice. Nice little mocha. A little iced mocha, iced cinnamon mocha. No errors. We're seeing no errors. I didn't hit that breakpoint. I do have that breakpoint in there still, right? Yeah, we got a breakpoint there. Cool. So yeah, we're not hitting that, which is sweet. You can go away. You can go back up there. Okay, so we're running the world right now. All these little pips on here are entity actions, basically. It is a frame of the entity doing things, moving, deciding, doing some state tree stuff. Mostly it's moving. Mostly it's moving. And there's no fucking errors yet, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. You know, if I were smarter, or no, I should say, if I didn't know any better, I'd say we're actually getting better at this. Okay, pause. We got a red pip. Because you hit one of these little ledges. Now, when my terrain gen gets better, we should... A lot of these should go away, right? Because we won't get these, like, weird little hard edges. But I think this guy probably handled it. Yeah, he handled it gracefully. So that's all good. Okay, let's clear this out now. Okay, yeah, there is no red. So if I start seeing red now, just because I cleared it out, I'm going to be mad. Jinmu, welcome in. Thanks for rating my buddy yesterday. I'm the lead dev on that project. Wait, which one? Was it the MMO? Is that on Mooney, the MMO? Yeah, I saw that. I was like, yeah, I am interested in seeing an MMO in Unreal Engine and how that goes. That's cool that you're the lead dev. How is the development going? Tell us about it. Tell us about the game a little bit. I'm interested to hear, because I didn't get a chance to watch very much of the stream or anything. Okay, we got here. Yeah, you're for sure welcome. You're for sure welcome. I am such an MMO fan. It's insane. I'm a simp. MMO simp. MMO? Yep, massive multiplayer online. A term that is used very flippantly nowadays, which I don't appreciate. Okay, so slope, what entity are we on here? 21. Entity 21. Okay, and then we also got start projection fail. Entity 21 is struggling. Entity 21, what have you gotten yourself into? So another one of these little, okay, so yeah. I guess that's a scenario that we can do, try to do the step up on. We can try. Because we're not, if I'm not mistaken, we're not doing the gravity trace. Yeah, okay. I didn't think that there would be any scenarios where we would get a slope, you know, in the inverted direction. That would be valid to step up on. But I guess there is. You should be doing the gravity trace here, though. He did, but it was not high enough to hit the ground, so he's likely falling through the ground right now. Yep, there he goes. But he hit the back face. He hit the back face. Dr. Elliott, yo. How you doing, buddy? Welcome in. By the way, Dr. Elliott, you're gonna love this. I wrote my own scope lock. I found out that the built-in scope lock does not do a tri-lock at all. So I did find that there is a F-scope tri-lock that tries to do the lock, but it doesn't wait. And that's what I wanted. I want it to wait its turn so it then can acquire the lock, then run. So I wrote my own F-scope tri-wait lock. I thought you'd find that interesting as a C++ connoisseur, an Unreal Engine connoisseur yourself. We make an MMO in Unreal Engine on Twitch. I missed the raid on Mooney. Wait, who is I actually kind of forgot the person that I raided. Oh my god, I forgot. I followed them. I can probably find it. Hang on. Where can I see my follows? Hang on. That's me. Ew. Where can I see my follows? Is it Moya? It's Moya Games Dev. Yeah, Moya Games Dev. Here. We'll plug it. It's Moya Games. There you go. Jim Nugami. Yeah. I'm gonna let's check this out. Comms. Oh, there I am. This was after my raid, I suppose.
Boys, bring them.
Or maybe this is a stream afterwards.
Over here.
So I take it it's not procedural. It's not a procedural MMO. Let me see. Let's see if we can get a kind of larger world view here, because I did see him in like an open world part at some point, but I guess he's maybe not working on that this stream.
For me.
Was it this one that I rated him on? Yeah, I think this is, here we go. This is what I was seeing the other day.
You can see the mainland over in the distance there. I don't know why that guy keeps spawning. It's a ghost in the game. Unity sucks, that's my TED Talk. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Pricing model sucks, that's for sure.
Yeah, mainland is over there. Sploosh.
It's using motion matching for the movement,
I kind of want to build up these docks.
That looks very motion matching-y.
That's not what I'm working on today. Maybe I'll do that.
Matching-y. Yeah, I'm very interested. If I cannot press F to pay respects somewhere, I'm going to be pissed. Okay, Jinmu, write that down on your roadmap. That should be, that's a P0,
yeah,
Sev 2.
Is looking okay, but that light leaking is a bit too much.
You know what? We might need to bump that up to a Sev 1.
Not a fan of that.
I need to pay respects. I need to pay respect.
Also not a fan of these lights turning off when they're off. Actually.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear about the game a little bit. If you're interested in sharing, I would love to hear about it. It's a bit slow. There's a ton of backend systems that I'm working on. Basically, we have a world state server that handles things like persistent data storage and loading, server orchestration. Oh, you're a little composer as well. Cool. And then we rely on Unreal headless servers for animation syncing, hitbox syncing, and player location syncing. Now, that sounds like a technical challenge for sure. The character creation map. Interesting. What can you tell us about the game design at all? Like, what is the I don't know if there's like a bit of story, or, you know, just something like, are there classes? Is this a weapon swapping thing? It looked, you know, medieval fantasy or medieval realistic or something like that. Anyways, back to our entity issues here. This guy, we're getting backface hit. Well, we're not getting backface hits. I think we just so happen to like... Wait, are we getting backface hits? We go here. And we go here. Yeah, we are getting backface hits. Okay, so I did have a to-do for like, why is this giving me backface hits? That has to be an issue with the spatial data structure, right? And I made this mistake the other day, thinking it was the spatial data structure, and it wasn't. My spatial mesh. It's kind of classless, okay. Stylized realism, and your moveset is based on your equipped gear. It's kind of a mix of hack and slash and fighting game combos. Okay. So you kind of build a class out of gear then? Something like that. Pavel, over on YouTube, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Is it getting the nav point, not the face? What do you mean nav point? There should be no navigation there. But the yellow is the yellow line is the gravity trace. And so when you see the set on ground, that means it got a hit, and we're setting it on ground. Yeah, I would probably need to dig into find intersection. What was the other one? Ray, triangle. Find watertight intersection internal. Find intersection point in a consistent way such that rays should not leak between adjacent triangles. Note this may return true, but report an intersection point slightly outside the triangle due to numerical precision. Rays parallel to the triangle are still considered not intersecting. There's two of these, though. Which one am I using? Ray, triangle, out parameter, buried chords, out intersection type. Which one is which here? Oh, that's a watertight ray. I'm gonna have to dig for it, yeah. And I don't know, like, this math is beyond me, so I don't even know why I'm looking. I'm not going to understand a damn thing. I'm just looking for some sort of comment that Yeah, I'm gonna need to look into that one later. Yeah, that's gonna have to be a to-do for later. Trying to look through the release docs on what I can and can't tell you. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. You don't have to go do all that. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Without the Project League getting mad at you, yeah. I can tell you a ton more about the tech though, because that's all me. How are you finding motion matching? Because when I looked at it, it looked very, honestly, looked even more difficult to work with than ALS. Because of just how many, like the sheer amount of animations that there are. Like, didn't the sample project have like 200 fucking animations that were like all blended between? I was like, okay, it looks good. But like it looked like so much work to work with. And like all the different curves and stuff that you have to apply. Not that there aren't a bunch of curves for ALS, but yeah, I'm curious how your team is finding that to work with. And if that's gonna, you know, if you're planning to stick with that or what. And what's your team? What's your team like? What's your team size? Can you answer that? It is way more hard to work with. Our project lead wanted motion matching, though I keep begging him to let me swap out to ALS. Okay. So I guess we have the same viewpoint. I don't understand that language, but I think what you're asking is something about 5, so I'm going to guess you're asking about Unreal Engine 5. This is Unreal Engine 5, yes. Like 10 people right now? Hell yeah. How's it being funded? Next question. Passion? Are we funding it with passion? More energy. More energy. So did he eventually fell through, which is kind of funny. He eventually fell through, which I actually like. That is what should have happened, right? It's so funny. He can move on it for quite some time. And he fell and he landed right there. So it actually kind of got handled gracefully, kind of. But yeah, I'm gonna have to investigate the backface hits. Let's continue. Good work, thank you. At the moment, passion, but I know our project lead is currently pitching to some investors who are interested. That's awesome. Awesome to hear there's investors actually interested in MMOs still, and gaming in general. Pause, please. Okay, you're fine. You are fine as well. Good. Okay, so I'm feeling so much more stable about this now. I'm feeling good. We're still spawning entities. We're only at like 500 right now. Okay, we got a blip. We got a blip here on the radar. He's fine. He's fine. This is one. Did I already check that one? Yeah, I already checked that one. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. We have a bogey. Let's go to the start. Tell me how it all began. I think honestly, investors are getting more and more interested in the indie space because of games like Expedition 33, went from an indie company to a AA company with some funding and basically blew ROI out of the water. So I think we're going to see way more funding entering the indie space. I hope you're right. That sounds awesome. Yeah, AAA, it leaves a lot to be desired, don't they? With their very formulaic, fucking games that no one asked for. Concord. He was fine there. 5v5 arena hero shooter. Another one. Yeah, I wish you guys success. I love trying new MMOs. It's always so much fun. Okay, he's like, where are you going? Wait, what? What? What is that? Wait, is that 0-0? Hang on. Is that 0-0 in the world? Where am I? Yes, it is. Okay, so he just got a bad target location. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Did we see that? Did I see that? No, I didn't see any of the error logs saying that we couldn't project to end location. Why on earth would that have happened? Also, I think I fucked up my Z leniency. God damn it. Yeah, why is target... Dude, what would have happened there? I wonder, did find random wander target, like, fail? Wander move to. Oh, yeah, I wonder if that failed and we just didn't... I wasn't returning failure on it. Because I think that would have done 0, 0, 0. You know what I'm going to do? Let's make that like a specific number. -1, -2,000, -3,000. So like if I see that, I'll know. Let's stop and compile that. And go at it again. Well, we may need to rebuild the engine here. How much memory are we using? Only 30 gigs. Yeah, let's go ahead and rebuild. The issue is AAA space is so incentivized to only make highly monetizable games rather than good games that, well, that's what they do. Right, yeah. They're not going to take the risk to do something that's not formulaic, right? It's like, hey, AAA, do you want to take a chance on making a game that is, you know, combining genres that is unproven to be fun? You know, no, none of them would. None of them are going to do that. So it's like, yeah, there's no innovation from AAA anymore, unless you're a studio like, I was going to say FromSoft, but even then, like, I don't know, is there that much innovation on the Souls-like genre? I don't know. The genre is not for me, so I can't really speak on behalf of that. But yeah, 100% understand and agree with what you're saying. The AAA companies are so heavily and deep into the stock market and into multi-investment strategies that they can't just make a profit. They have to make gobs of profit. I mean, even just the thing of like, you have to make profits. I mean, you don't even need to be in the stock market, right? You just need investors. You need people that you have to answer to. And then that automatically means that you can't do what you want, right? And of course, the people investing are people that know nothing about games. It's like what Steve Jobs said back in the day about the toner heads talk. You guys know what I'm talking about? Who knows about the toner heads talk? At Xerox, the downfall of Xerox happened when they became a monopoly, sort of, or they got very efficient. They were making copiers and printers, right? And they used to call them toner heads over at Xerox because they was just like a bunch of engineers making really good products, right? But what ended up happening was they got a monopoly, or they got a large enough market share that a better product did not really net more money for the company. And so the people who got promoted, it went from being these engineers, these product people who built good products, it went from that and started shifting over to advertising people, money people, because that was a bigger return on investment. So those people started getting promoted more. And then the company just turned into a bunch of money people. Like, they're just interested in money. They're not interested in making a good product. And that was the downfall of Xerox, because they didn't promote the people who actually make the product, right? And that goes for any company that's ran by someone who doesn't make a product, or who has no background or history in the actual product side of things, and is, you know, entirely sales, entirely innovative, you know. Half like Alex is innovative. Yeah, that's because it came from a company that's a private company that's owned by one guy, Gabe Newell, right? Who is a product guy. He's an engineer. he appreciates and funds like engineering projects. He doesn't fund, you know, formulaic, you know, returns on investments. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is kind of innovative. Yeah, there's some innovative parts to that for sure. Nintendo is an interesting case. It's an interesting case. Souls-like are all the same game with a different skin. Go ahead and tell me Bloodborne is any different from Dark Souls 3. But Jinmu, you don't have a shield, you have a gun for parries. Yeah, that's how it feels to me. And I know they did a little bit of innovation on Elden Ring when they did like a more open world, and there's a lot more. It's like very micro innovation, right? But then they still got the same fucking lock-on and camera system from Ocarina of Time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can innovate on that. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, he got here. And did we reset the state tree here? What happened here? Slope is ceiling. Yeah, that's an awkward one. So yeah, I think we reset the state tree because he got like a completely... What is that fucking path? What is that fucking path? Look at this. He's like, go here, all the way back around here. Okay, as long as he handles it gracefully, that's fine. But yeah, all these companies, you know, Activision, EA. What are some other, you know, fucking Ubisoft now? All these companies are owned by people who don't make games. They're owned by people that make money. So of course, they're not going to do any innovation, take any risk. Okay. We're handling everything gracefully so far. What are we at now? We're at like 300 entities. Okay. We're trying to clear this out. The game doesn't like me right now. Like, why are you vlogging 1,000 things at a time? Okay, keep going. Honestly, the Souls games play on the heartstrings of all the speedrunners and challenge players. Yeah, kind of like, I was going to say elitist, but maybe not elite, but the hardcore gamers, for sure. Who find games aren't hard enough, yeah. Honestly, good for them. Happy they found something that's fun for them. Yeah, like, I think it's cool that there is that niche, right? Personally, don't like to be frustrated. If I want to get pissed off, I will turn up my brand new iPad and remember that my son dumped water all over it and blew out a speaker. Yeah, that's the same thing as playing Dark Souls, yeah. I play video games to escape that shit. Yeah, I put 20 out, like Elden Ring was like my first Souls-like. I put about 20 hours into it. And yeah, I was raging. Cuz like I felt like a lot of the difficulty came from a bad place. Camera controls, fucking input queuing, buffering. They have a fucking input buffer. And on a game where like you need precision, you need responsiveness, and of course every weapon swing you do is slow, and there's a point of no return even before you start the animation, which feels fucking awful. That feels so unresponsive. And I don't even care that the boss moves are like, the game wants you to think that the difficulty comes from the boss moves subverting your expectations as a player. But honestly, if the controls and input were actually responsive, like a lot of the difficulty would be removed, and it would be good difficulty, because then it would just be, it would be on, it would be more so on you battling the boss and not battling the game. Like I felt like I was fighting the game, and the game was fighting me. Like I thought I was fighting the game designers, which, and In a literal sense of it, yeah, you always are. But as a game designer, you need to take the player out of that. You need to make them think that they are fighting a boss and that they're not fighting the game. I did not feel that in Elden Ring. The number of times I rolled off the cliff at the first boss because of the lock-on system. The number of times I would try to switch my lock-on target to someone else and then the camera would just go like right up my ass. Ugh. The tight corners, you know. They put a mob, you know, right around the corner and it's just like that you can't even look around because it's so tight. Like they didn't even design the dungeon spaces to account for the player camera, which you need to do in games. Entity 185. Still 185? 185, what are you doing? And I also just prefer games that rely less on mechanical execution and more so, I want a little bit of mechanical execution, but I want strategic execution as well. I want both. And there's like very little strategic execution in Elden Ring or Dark Souls games, I feel. Where am I going? Where's this guy going? He's about to run off a cliff. What path did you what path did you do? Okay, you made it. Were you gonna run to the store? Yeah, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. He made it. Where's his next wander? Where's his next wander target? Because he made it to the fucking acceptance radius. And he's falling this whole time. Okay, so we never set falling. Okay, we never set falling back to true, I guess. So he was falling all. So he's gonna slide all the way off the edge. There he goes. Yep, there he goes. Moved into the ground. We love that. Bad nav star projection. Yeah, you're gonna have a host of bad star projections. I'm sorry, buddy. Okay, so I think I know what issue happened there. Oh my god, dude, so many issues happened. Yeah, the falling. Yeah, I need to like set the falling every time, don't I? Don't I? Yeah, because I moved that in here, so we need to move that back out, I suppose. Okay, so we ran into a walkable slope. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could probably set it is falling to false there. I'm gonna assume that we can if we hit this. Or at least here. Velocity direction is just straight down, huh? Let's at least do it there. Is falling, set that to false there. Yeah, I think all the issues that are happening is because of that. But I guess we were there, we do the trace hit. We hit one, so we find the sliding direction, we move. I think maybe we should always set it to false here. Even if we don't get a hit, because we're like basically right on the fucking... We should basically be right on. And then the next frame we will probably update. We will probably update. And then if we don't have the velocity, direction, terrain hit, we would never get there. Or step up. Yeah. Okay, I think that's better. Let's just rebuild. Let's just rebuild. I really want to finish this out today. Kind of tired of working on this. I feel like we're close though. We're like really getting down to the nitty gritty here. Yeah, I actually want to get the game loop going. You know, at least something. You getting it? Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I kind of want to take some time off work soon and just kind of, go ham. Bumblebee, hello. We have bees in the chat. Bees in the chat. Bees. Okay, and we're back. But it takes Unreal Engine so long to fucking load any open assets. Even if it's just one, for some reason. Okay. On to the world. Procedural terrain goes burr. Of course. Okay, we're gonna have a weird terrain chunk. Yep, there it is. There it is. Lovely. Can't wait to see the spawns there. Yeah. All right. Where are you from? I'm from the US. Okay. Okay. Any issues? We're looking nice. We are looking nice. Feeling on that. My side project is a sandbox game, and I'm working on voxel generation at the minute too. What a pain. Yeah, mine's not. It's not entirely voxel generated. It's actually like just per vertex. Like the 3D noise I use is of course voxelized, and then I use marching cubes, which is a voxel algorithm. But all the like terrain material code I have is just based on the point in 3D space. So if you deform the terrain, it does not necessarily line up with a particular voxel resolution. Nor do I store you know, what each voxel is at all times. Can't do that. Got to save on memory. But just kind of like, I only generate what I need to, which is on a per vertex basis rather than a voxel basis. Okay, that's actually, we're going to ignore that one. That's just kind of a bad spawn. He's fine. He's fine. Margin Cubes was actually developed for MRI imaging. Yeah, Paul Bork. Shout out to the homie, Paul Bork. I wanted to switch over to dual contouring, which is supposed to be like a better algorithm. Because marching cubes, I guess there's like a little bit of loss of data in marching cubes. Is 176 the same guy I was looking at? Yeah. So we're gonna ignore 176. Agent 176. Ignore him. I've been hearing a lot of speculations about your president from Western media. How is he doing? Buddy, this is a game dev stream. And a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah, I'm gonna keep politics out of it. I'm gonna keep politics out of the conversation here. Marching tetrahedrons. Good God, that sounds like 5D marching cubes. Okay, now we have 202. 202, what did you do? Are you fucking hell? What? I thought I had this. I thought I had this nailed down. What did you do? What did you do? There should be a step up scenario. Yeah, let's not talk politics, guys. Which language is that? C++. Why did orange not get a hit? I feel like I should have. Orange should have gotten a hit, no? Why? Okay, why didn't... I thought I was handling this scenario. Is that your game? Yeah, it's the game I'm working on. Why did that not hit? So we got here, but we should have gotten a hit right there, and we should have set the guy right here. Okay. CPP, my rivalry. It's a tough language for someone who started his software engineer career with Java. Yeah, pointers and refs are, they take a minute to wrap your head around for sure. What kind of game? An MMO? No, not an MMO. Although Jinmu's got you covered there. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Procedural destructible terrain. And of course, the trace distance was not tall enough. God damn it, man. Why did that not get a hit? I'm so annoyed. Interesting that the velocity direction got hit right there. So we do the sliding. Yeah, I'm not saying full automation tests. I have never tried to say automation tests are not doable. I don't think any game writes automation tests while they're developing the game before it comes out. I don't think any game does that. Very few games probably do that because it changes so much. And those kinds of tests are a pain to maintain. So even in regular software engineering, integration tests, automation tests, the heavy-handed tests, you usually don't write those until you're about to release, until you have the system built and solidified. That way you don't have to spend so much time updating it every time you make a change. I do not deny the merit of having such tests either. I don't think Sea of Thieves or whatever game you're saying, I don't think those games started with automation tests. I think they probably built the foundational systems first. Once those were ironed out, they built automated tests to make sure that they stayed that way. Automated test guy. Yeah, I know. He's like, he comes from big automated test. You know what I mean? Like big bank, big business. Every time I decide to pick up my phone and go to Shorts, you always show up. Keep up the grind. Well, thank you. Thanks for stopping by and scrolling through Shorts. Any major reason why majority of games are developed in CPP? Well, Unreal Engine is in CPP, and Unreal Engine is a popular engine, so that's one reason. Another reason is that C++ is just it's a very efficient language, very performant, so that's another reason. Anyone who turned off YouTube history will pop up the Shorts feed live. Interesting. He about it for sure. Yeah, he's not putting down. He really wants me to write automated tests. I don't know why. If you want to go write automated tests, you are free to do so. What about the Java plus Unity game engine? I am unaware of, I'm not sure what you're asking, first of all. And second of all, I'm unaware of any such thing. Unity is C#, as far as I know. Yeah, why am I not getting a hit here? Why am I not getting a hit there? I probably need some more logs here to show things. Is Python a good language to learn as a beginner, or is that time wasting? Yeah, Python's a very popular first language choice. CPP allows you to control your memory allocation and has no garbage collection, so it's way more efficient because of that. Yes. Unreal Engine does have garbage collection built on top of it, though. But yeah, base C++ is not. Along with other reasons, but mostly the fact that you can allocate memory in the way you want. Yeah, yeah. It gives you a lot of rope to hang yourself with. Yeah. Any playlists or course you'd recommend to get your level from beginner coding? No, there was no course list that includes 10 years of software engineering. So, and you know, even if I hadn't been doing it for so long, I don't really do courses or tutorials or anything. I just kind of learn as I go. Trace objects. Types. Yeah, why did I not get a hit there? What is this disgusting level of nesting? Yeah, I don't like it either, trust me. I'm not a fan of nesting. I could probably pop this out into a function to get rid of some of it. But this has grown substantially over the past couple days, so it does need a refactor, but yeah. I definitely prefer less nesting and like guards and stuff, but this is a velocity processor. It's handling a lot. It's essentially doing like gravity and nav walking. And all these lines and stuff are logged from there, so yeah. It needs to be cleaned up. I'm kind of just trying to figure out, you know, what it should look like though. I think we're getting close to it, but this orange line should have gotten a hit right there. And that's where it should have put my guy. But instead it tried to put him underneath the ground. If you want to be deep like ML, DL, and libraries like NumPy and Pandas, if you're willing to learn all those libraries, it'll be a good language to learn. I mean, there are other reasons to learn it as well. That's not the only reason. But yeah, those are a good application of the language for sure. Yeah, why didn't this get a hit? I don't know. I might just restart this. I don't. This is a. I need some more information here. Like why didn't that get a hit? Let me see what else happened. Did anything else happen? We got this guy here, but I think this guy is... Oh yeah, that's the guy that's just fucking... That was a bad spawn. This guy... You're fine. You're fine. You're kind of struggling to get to your location, but you're not falling to the ground, so you're fine as well. Okay, you're fine. Yeah, you just walked off a ledge, and we handled that properly. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, so really it's just this one scenario. Really just this one scenario. So welcome in, everyone. I'm working on a video game. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Procedural destructible terrain. Here's the terrain so far. This is just one such seed. Every time you play the game, it'll be a different seed, right? I'm kind of shooting for something like vanilla WoW, combat, and classes. Not an MMO. Maybe multiplayer if I can get there. But something like vanilla WoW combat and classes and talents and abilities, plus something like RimWorld's Colony Simulator type things. With maybe like a Hades roguelite slapped on top of it. That's kind of those are the three games I use as an example of what I want to combine. And then we also have procedural terrain as well. So let me see if I can get here's the world map. If I can get that pulled up. It's very laggy at the moment. Hang on, let me stop that. Let me stop that. The vlogger is quite laggy. But here's the world. Skip, please. And every pixel on here is like a terrain chunk. And so each terrain chunk kind of gets all of its noise parameters from whatever zone it's in. And each of these zones have like mountains around them and stuff. So there's like very distinct zones with different names, you know. What is this? Like, what are these called? We got fucking the Labyrinth of Illusions, Festering Bog, Blightwood Thicket, Raven's Roost, Frostvale Abyss, Brackenmire, Daggerfall Abyss, Frostvale Tundra, Whisperstorm Hollow, you know. So a lot of different zones to explore. They'll have a bunch of different biomes and stuff too, but we only have a couple right now. We're still working on it. And I do want the whole world to be online and running, or at least as much as possible. At least as much as possible. 306 is an issue. Okay, 306 is stuck. But anyways, as a part of that, I built an ECS system to, you know, efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities across the world. And that's what we're debugging here. Trying to make sure that they can move around in the world without, like, falling to the ground. This guy is actually doing okay for now. Yeah, I guess he's fine. His start location was kind of bad. I think my Z leniency is very wrong at the moment. Very wrong. That cyan sphere, is it projecting... I guess all the... Oh, this is a... Why did you get... Again, this is another example. This is another example. I guess pathfinding is probably failing for this guy. At least I would hope so. Oh god, of course I don't have the frame where it did pathfinding. It couldn't project the start location, but I didn't get the end projection failure. Okay, so why didn't that fail this time? Because last time I figured it was because of the find random wander radius point. Mark, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, so if we don't find a point, we should fail. Finding random point from location and radius. Yeah, I don't have the frame where we found it, unfortunately. I can't like track it down. That is annoying. Let me look at the state tree again. Entity, state tree, random spawn rate. Yeah, so that would be this guy. Random reachable point should return failure. I mean, this guy didn't even spawn over there, so he like that is very far out. Well, it's the default point, right? So we didn't find one. For sure. For surezies. They all should return failed though, so I'm surprised the find path didn't return failure. Should it? Find path for entity. Cannot project start point location. Path finding results. Projected start location. Oh, so that would probably be 0, right? If we failed, that's probably 0. And so then we do a path find from 0 to end. Okay, yeah, so we should probably fail here. So that's, we'll fail if we can't project the end one as well. And then we just need to make sure that we set the result here. If B failed, let's do path finding result dot results error. Okay. Should we, let's go ahead and rebuild. We're probably using up a ton of fucking memory, right? Let's rebuild. And hopefully that fixes that error. I guess the path finding, I would have hoped that the find random reachable point would have failed. Which actually, let's do a log there. Let's put a log there. Entity subsystem, go up there. Vlog entity error, entity context dot entity. And let's throw some text. Failed to find random reachable points. Do I want any additional information in there? A radius in location. I mean, I'm already... Let's move this up here. And then that way we can visualize the location too whenever this fails. And then I don't need this can be a little shorter. We won't need that information at this point. Okay. Found point, blah, 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 entity subsystem, vlog. Let's move this stuff down. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That should give us some more information. Okay. All right. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you're all well. We're having a good time game deving. We're having a good time doing game dev and not writing automated tests. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're getting close to rounding out our entity movement on the procedural terrain. I can feel it. Here is the procedural terrain. It looks very cool when it generates. The Canadian metalheads violently headbang in approval. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate your headbangs. I appreciate that. The Canadian metalheads. Ah, yes, a proud group of people. Welcome in, Canadian metalheads. The best is when you vibe code your automated test. Loop Trader, spare me. Spare me. Day 2, is it ready yet? No, day 3. Day 3, it'll be ready. I just need to find the finish game button. I haven't found it. They moved it in the new update. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. Okay, what happened here? Entity 46. Yeah, you're just moving up a very steep slope, but you're actually handling it, right? Because what is slope is too steep? Let me look at that case real quick. Slope is too steep. We're doing the step up logic. Loop Trader, you're a memer. You're a little memer. I know your tricks now. Trixie Hobbits is. Which, what an interesting path he decided to take. Let me see what your path was supposed to be. Yeah, so I think adding too high of an acceptance radius on the individual path segment points causes him to like I think we skipped this one and we just went from there basically straight there, which caused it the finish game button, not Alt F11. No, it's Alt F4 actually. Dot product 0.5, 45 degrees. Yeah. So yeah, slope is steeper than 45 degrees. Attempt to step up. 1 is in the same direction. 0 is perpendicular. -1 opposite direction. And we're doing to the up vector. But he did still he was like climbing very slowly essentially, but he still handled it, which is good. Which is fine. But yeah, I think maybe the path following logic there didn't do him any favors. But he did handle it successfully. I consider that a win. Welcome in though, Denick. How you doing, buddy? What is all this? Oh yeah, those are all my... You guys want to see all the spawn points that I got rid of? That I probably shouldn't have? Apparently those are all bad nav points, but they're bad spawn points. They shouldn't have been, though. That need a little bit more work on that as well. Okay, pause. What happened here? Another... are we falling? We are... he fell through the fucking world, didn't he? Oh no, he's walking... There's a nav mesh here. Okay, he is on a nav mesh. Doing good? That's good to hear. It is good to hear. He fucking fell some... he fucking fell some... Oh, I wish I had the terrain here. What did he fall on? What are you walking on? What? There is no nav mesh there. Dot product is not linear? I don't know how to verify that. All right, AI. What is the result of a dot product if the vectors are 45 degrees from each other? All right, AI, clear it up. I mean, if it's, how wouldn't it be linear? Well, like, why? Because 1 is same direction, -1 is not same direction. How? Why wouldn't that be linear? Like, that would be very not useful if that was the case. But maybe I'm going to learn. Oh, 70.7. When two vector, the result of it is a positive. Wow, that changes everything that I know about how dot product works. Wow. I learned something new. Thank you, Denick. That's so... God, that's so weird. Why? I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. Well. Well, okay. It's good enough for me. I had a human say it and I had AI say it. When those two things align, I'm going to be pretty confident in that that's true. Are you falling at this moment? No, you're not. So there, I need to like walk over here and see what this terrain was, because then he did fall. Did you just walk off the... I think you probably walked off the edge or something. Maybe I'm an AI. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Well, okay. So far, that's the only issue that I'm seeing. Okay, where am I? I'm over there, so I need to walk over here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go check this out. I need to walk over there. It's gonna be very laggy on our... Oh my god, what happened? I just need... Did it render already? Okay, it did. Pause. What were we doing over here? That was so weird. Oh, he fell through there. Yeah, these cases are the ones that are causing issues. Rozuki, hello. Welcome in. Yep. These little crevices. The AI, the path following does not like that. Show me the... God, why do you pick such a bad fucking wanderer target, huh? Go back to the, like, the path. What's today's goals? Today's goals are to have no entities fall through the ground. Yeah, so this is just lossy nav mesh. Yeah. But he should still be able to, like, this should be like a step up. We should handle this, right? Well, no, because we're just moving along the ground, right? And I guess we did get to... Where is our next wander target? Because I think we did get a success on the wander target, right? We're still wandering. There's our next one. Okay, which... oh my god, look at the path it tried to find. Wait, why is it trying to start from over there, though? Is that right? Yeah, I think we just found a new one. We might have reset the state tree there. I thought I was logging those, though. Okay. Okay. So I think I need to handle scenarios where... And then we fell. He fell right off the edge. But he landed. He stuck the landing. Where is your little blue sphere thing? Yeah, I'm like... That should not be there, right? Hang on. Let me look at move to processor. Okay, this add Xeniliency I should fucking write a test for, because it has, like, been the bane of my existence. Vlog location, yeah. So we're setting it to entity location, which we update, which we switched here. if within the half height box. I don't think it's within the half height box. What are we passing it? We're passing it half height times 2, which should be 180. Just Z about the half height. Yeah, I flipped this recently, and I thought that made it work, but I think it just made it always work rather than only work when it should. Well, because he's down there. Then we're gonna set it to in vector is diff Z. Actually, is that fine? I think that's actually fine. Should I be doing diff Z plus there? I don't think I should. I think this should just be a plus equals. I'm scared to change that though. I use this all over the place. Because we're doing diff Z, which is the target location, which we've just subtracted it from the target location. That doesn't sound right. I should be adding or subtracting. Oh God. I'm scared. I'm scared. Chuckles, I'm in danger. And then do I want to subtract Z here? If Z diff is less than 0, so in vector is the entity location, which is below. It's a lower number. Then we're going to subtract diff Z, which is the target location, which is higher. So we subtract that. It would be a negative number. So this should actually go, we should flip this back now. Z diff is greater than 0. So we want to move it down. Shadow, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Right, because let me think about that again. In vector is the entity location. It's lower. We're going to subtract the higher number from it, which is the target location, which means we're going to get a negative number. If we get a negative number, which means it's higher, the target is higher, we want to add here. We want to add that leniency. So actually I had it right. If we get a negative number, I want to, wait, no, I didn't. I'm gonna flip these actually, because this makes more sense in my head. I want to add when the Z diff is less than 0, which means, okay, let's do this. Bool B diff Z above in vector. Z diff. Yeah. There, I think that'll help me think about that a little bit better. If Z difference is greater than 0, that means, wait, no, I think it needs to be this way. I gotta go back and think through that again. So in vector entity location, it's lower. If it's lower, then diff C gets subtracted from it. So if diff C is higher in the world, subtracting the two. Wait, why am I doing it like that? Why don't I just do this? Well, because it's a float. That's why. Well, I can just do this. This is a lot easier to think about than doing the subtraction method. Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to make that more complicated for myself. Yeah, just check if the Z is higher. If it's higher, if in vector, or rather, flip the direction. If diff Z greater than in vector z. If the diff z is above in vector, then we want to add on top of the in vector, otherwise subtract. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. I don't know. Should we rebuild here? Should we rebuild? What's our memory situation looking like here? 30 gigs. Okay, I think we can continue then. We'll just wait for live coding while we take a peek at some of these other ones. Virgo Bogo, hello and welcome in. There's probably some other scenarios I need to look at here. Yeah, so for those just tuning in, working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Here's a small section of the world here that we've generated. And today I'm just trying to iron out our entity movement, which I'm going for like a very large scale simulation. So I built my own ECS system to kind of like efficiently render and run all these entities. And so they all like run on background threads, which is why they're like, they're invisible. There's nothing actually here. It's all just data, right? It's just data being manipulated in memory at this point. So that's why I have this like little fancy visual logger so that I can like debug it and make sure we're working fine here. And I had to write my own like velocity processor and gravity processor for efficiency reasons. And yeah, we're just kind of going through that and making sure. Okay, this guy, well, that's the one we were just looking at that. And I guess we just got like a really bad path, right? Because the path went right over a crack. There's nothing I can do about that. And I'm wondering if maybe I should do I am kind of doing a half height. Am I doing a half height line trace? No, I'm not. I don't think so. Let me look again here. It's my favorite song on this track, on this playlist. If I make a game in UE5, can I sue PC or laptop? I don't think you can sue anyone. Well, you can sue whoever you want, actually. But I think you mean use. Kind of depends. You'll just download it. Try it out. For free. You can download it for free. Download it, try it out, see how it runs. And then you can find out for yourself. I'm thinking maybe I should always do half height. Why did I do radius here? Use, yeah. I was just memeing a little bit. But I'm thinking like, because like a player wouldn't be able to fit through there, right? Like that's too small. So maybe I should always do a half height trace. Because that's like crouching, right? Like if you can crouch, you're like at half height kind of. You're whistling the playlist in the shower. It's a good playlist. Very nostalgic. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should always do... God, but then I would have like 3 fucking traces. Oh. I don't want to do 3 traces per frame. I still need to like profile this and see how long the velocity processor is taking. Yeah, because I don't always do this one. Would I have done this one? I am doing it. So I probably, because that's only what, 45 right now, I think? Or no, it's pawn radius. Is game dev a good career to pursue? If you want money, no. If you want to work on something you're passionate about, yes. Yeah, okay. Let's always do... we should definitely do half height in the positive direction, right? But in the negative direction, again, this is for like gravity. And so what do I do with this? If we hit it here on the ground underneath us, race distance, movement size. I think the max between movement size and pawn radius is good. Now step up, I think, is that just baked in now? Like, what are we doing here? I don't know. Step up is kind of like baked in now, I guess. And trace dist is, yeah, whatever's bigger, the move direction or pawn radius, which is about 30. Let's change that to 30. As the default. Okay. So those are the only scenarios we needed to review in this, yeah, I mean, we just got like, let's just clear here. Let's just clear. Okay, let's run it. We're gonna keep running. The entities are entitying. Here they go. Okay, what do we have here? You are on quite a steep slope, but I suppose there is a nav mesh for you here. Bro, you just went, you did no idling, did you? You just got there and you're like, I'm going to the next one. Although maybe that was your first location. Slope is too steep. So we do step up. Step off. Which I guess all that really means is we still do the gravity trace. I mean, I suppose this is fine. We're just going up a steep slope and it's fine. You are probably fine, yeah. You just walked up a slope for a second. Yeah, if there's only one red thing, I'm assuming it's just, yeah, like we fall for a frame or the slope is kind of steep for a frame, which is all fine. Which is all super fine. So we just let it run for a little bit. Then we'll pause and we will review some situations. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. So far everything's fine. Are we finally there? We are at 644 entities. He fell. Okay, hang on. Let's look at this one a little closer. So we're coming down there. We fell. Yeah, so we were just going down the slope, right? Yeah, so he ramped off that slope there. And then he just fell for a he fell, hit, and bounced off. That is kind of a weird that's a kind of a weird series of events, but it worked. So that's fine for now. Okay. Yeah, you're just going up a kind of steep slope there. That's fine. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, we don't have any long red pips, only just one every so often. Which is good. Now we may just be getting lucky. Because we don't have automated tests. Which is now a meme. That is a MyDrunk sanctioned meme now. Must write automated tests. If you don't write automated tests for every single thing you write, you're doing it wrong. Okay, there's a sequence of several here. That's fine. So we actually get like 2 frames of movement. Yeah, that is kind of a weird, and he traced down. So wait, yeah, so we marked as falling. Why didn't he move down in that frame? I thought he would have moved down. Is that 90? Is that 90? Oh, or am I not drawing that properly? Yellow. Oh yeah, I'm not drawing that properly. So it should be half height. Start trace. Oh no, that's actually fine. That's actually fine. The number is just, we're just logging the number. That's fine. I would have expected him to. I don't add. So he would have been marked as falling in that frame. With falling. Yeah, I guess we don't. Yeah, I think I need to. We add the velocity, but the velocity doesn't get applied till the next frame. And all the other things apply the velocity in the current frame. So we need to like... I need to do that here. Yeah, because that's a little weird. Falling, do all the velocity, and then reassign the new location equals current location plus velocity. Oh, do I need to re-multiply it by delta seconds, actually? Also... Yes, I do. Yes, I do. If falling in B on ground. If B on ground is true. And we eventually said it, so it passes through here, yeah. Okay, I think that's good. I think that makes these frames a little less awkward. Like, it still worked fine and handled it fine. It's just like he's like floating off the terrain. He finally got settled back on it though. Oh dear. All right, what happened? Fuck. Okay. Okay, what happened here? Why is your move to direction? Why is your move to direction pointing straight down? Probably because he was falling, and then what? The Z, did the Z velocity not get changed? We do have a lot of Z velocity there. Be on ground. Amash, hello. Welcome in. Be on ground. So is falling false, and we were falling there. It got set to false. Our velocity did not reset, though. I think that's an issue. Our negative Z velocity did not get set to 0. So I think actually because we got set, we skipped this. If that trace gets hit, we should probably, I need to change the velocity to 0 there. Real Viper, hello. Welcome into you as well. So is falling false? Be on ground. Yeah, do I need to move all this out? Let me think here. We just do the gravity trace, and then what? Agent, welcome in. How are you? Welcome back. I felt like there was a reason I moved this in. And I guess it was just because I didn't want to do the gravity trace part of it. But I guess because I can set falling to false here, which is what happened that frame, I believe. But then this frame happened, set it back to true. Oh god, I'm all fucked up here, aren't I? I was there. We set him on the ground there because of what? Slope is too steep, so we did do the gravity trace. But then we tried to... Yeah, the velocity direction was going straight into the ground, which it shouldn't have been. The Z should have gotten reset. And I don't think it ever did, because we hit this. Yeah, I think that was the issue there. The Z never got reset to 0, like it does here. So I think this actually... Maybe at least this part. Because this does, like... Yeah, let's do this. Bool be on ground equals false. Or I guess maybe, I think that's okay. I think that's okay. But I guess here we still need to set falling. But I suppose we do that out here now. Yeah. But, oh no, we need to do it afterwards. Yeah. So that's actually not right. Yeah, we need to do that afterwards. We can actually see, like, we were falling and now we're not. So set it. Yeah. Update it. Now I need to rebuild because we're using up way too much memory. Okay. Wow, Jupiter looks crazy, doesn't it? Okay. All right, testing one more time. Except that's Mars. Oh, Loop Trader, you took the bait. Oh, you fell so fucking hard, bro. I'm sorry. Sorry I had to do it to you. That was rage bait. Okay. We're just gonna wait. Everything starts fine. Everything starts fine, and then it just gets fuckier and fuckier, it seems. Okay, let's check this one out. Are you okay? What happened here? Yeah, you're just going up a steep slope. Okay. I'm gonna guess these ones are fine. Yeah, you seem to be walking up a steep slope as well. Okay, so far so good. So far, so good. So we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait for some problems to happen, and then we're gonna break them down. And if none happen, then no homework for the class, and we get out early. Okay. Good, good, good. Raw Game Studios, hello. How am I doing? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well as well. We're finally kind of getting to the closing bits of this movement system. Well, rather just like velocity processing, not just movement, just gravity, all of it. Okay, we're gonna pause. I think all these are fine. If I only see a couple pips, I think we're fine. What I want to avoid is the big sections of red bars where they get stuck and shit, you know? That one's fine. You're fine. Okay, let's clear that out and keep going. Okay. How many entities do we have now? We're up to like 600. Uh-oh. Okay. We got a bogey. What on earth happened here? Why would you have fallen there? Come on now. What? Why did you get set there? Do I have a Discord server? No. No, I do not. Just a Twitch and a YouTube. Okay, yeah, what happened here? And why did I went like... Yeah, I get that we set on ground there, but we didn't... So we did the yellow line trace, which is gravity, but we didn't get a hit. So I think if falling is true, like we were falling here, yeah, so if falling is true... Oh, we didn't do... Oh, we need to do... New location plus velocity? Because we just, we had velocity going this way. Like we were checking from here. Yeah, we need to do new velocity. Or new location. Really just plus equals... so this additional gravity velocity. Okay, so that's what happened there. Well, I guess I need to make sure that the trace encompasses the gravity amount as well. The maximum of... I mean, I guess we should go gravity.z, right? To make sure, like, because if we get like a big delta, gravity is going to be a lot. And if gravity is more... Because we're adding gravity onto the velocity. Yeah, I think that's probably the right move. I think that's what we should do. Let's try that out. That guy's just falling through the world. Yeah, you're gonna keep doing that probably. Okay. As I'm not a streamer, I just share info about my project on Discord. But I like to talk with streamers and game devs on Twitch, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like running a Discord server, honestly. I kind of don't like Discord, kind of. I like it it's good for communication, but bad for information, if that makes sense. I had a whole rant about it the other day, but yeah, I don't know. I would rather people just come in and check out, you know, the progress and ask about it in stream than have to make constant updates, you know, to a Discord server and stuff. But maybe I'll get to a point where I want one. I just kind of hate the fact that Discord like hides all of its information. Oh my god. Okay, now everything's wrong. Just another thing you have to manage. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Okay, that was not the right move. Wait, I didn't do... So we plus equaled gravity here? I am timesing it by delta seconds. Okay, yeah, oh god, the gravity trace is substantial now. Okay. The gravity trace is substantial. Eric Robson. Welcome in, first time chatter. Agreed, Discord sort of destroyed forums as a public repository of information. You know exactly what I'm fucking talking about then. Yeah. Like there's so much useful information that you can't find now because you have to like know someone who's in a Discord server who invites you, you know? And then you have to do the shitty Discord server search through like a million channels. I hate it. I wish forums were a thing, or I wish Discord would just like make those, because like there's a web version of Discord, right? Just make that searchable. Make that show up in a Google search, you know? Nexos, welcome in. Okay, so doing the gravity thing was not good. Not good. So I take the velocity, I add gravity, which is already delta seconds. Then I take the new location. Which had the previous non-gravity applied to it. Yeah, why did this just like immediately make everything fail? Oh, because it ends up being like 0. Is that what ends up happening here? It was all like zeros? Yeah, that is exactly what happens. And so it doesn't get a trace. Okay. Can I do an FMath max? I gotta like double up on this. Move direction, gravity, and then like some default amount. I don't know what that default amount should be. What was happening here? Velocity was nothing. What was it here? Yeah, velocity was 0. Is this just a live? Hang on, let me rerun this. Is this just a live coding issue? Like, because we did it like mid run. Okay, nope, no, that was not the issue. Yes, we do a trace that like literally hits nothing, and then like, but I shouldn't be moving it on that, you know what I mean? So that would be technically considered falling, right? That's what we're saying here? Yeah. But why does that equal? I mean, I guess we just move, we apply such a small amount of gravity to it. See, the thing is, like, even if velocity, I'm still like doing the gravity trace, no? Like, I'm still, gravity Z still has... Gravity dot Z, I mean, that should... It's saying that was 0. because I do log that on move dist, which it is my trace distance. It was saying that number was 0, which, taking the max of move direction out size and gravity, that should never be 0, right? I mean, unless the delta seconds was just like some astronomically small number. I mean, I guess I'll just like default it to like 0. Just default it to 1. I guess let's rebuild. We'll rebuild again. I mean, maybe that's just on like the first frame when maybe delta time is like 0 or something, right? Which maybe if that's the case, maybe I should do the min on that actually. If delta second, wait, hang on. Don't I already do that though, right? Get delta seconds. If last update time equals 0, return 0. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does return 0. Which causes crazy things to happen. Let's try with what I just did since it's already built. Let's see what happens. Discord is horrible all the way around. IMO. I wish we could go back to forums. Discord is laid out worse, way harder to search, encourages shit posting. I mean, I do like it for VoIP. I think it's a great piece of VoIP software. Like, I think it's better than TeamSpeak. I think it's better than Ventrilo, Mumble, Skype. But yeah, as a forum, it's worse than a forum. Yeah, for information organization. Agree 100%. Okay, we haven't fallen through the world now on these guys. What is happening? Oh yeah, the nav mesh, turn that off. Okay, so we're going fine now. We're going steady. Going steady now. Let me make sure that these guys are okay. Without zooming all the way away here. Yeah, so he just went off a little ledge there. They don't go over it very fast, do they? It's just gravity starts so slow, it doesn't move far enough. Look how tiny that is. Yeah, maybe it does need to be a little bit larger at first. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. We do need gravity in that equation, but just rely, because gravity, it accumulates, so it starts really slow. Which is causing them to take a while to get down, things like that. So let's go... Like, I mean, should I just use actor half height as well? Maybe even move direction isn't valid here anymore. Maybe it should just be gravity and then like half of half height, I think. So the quarter height, because I feel like anything, it's basically up to your knees, right? Like if I'm walking off a ledge that is about knee height, I'm just gonna step down it, right? That's step height, right? That's step height. So yeah, maybe that should be right there. Bro, AI coming up with to-dos for me? That's not what I need you to get rid of the to-dos, not come up with them. Honestly, yeah, let's get rid of move direction. And see how that goes. I'm not confident that we need that anymore. Really, it's better for what was before real-time chatting. It was never meant to be a source of persistent, structured, and searching database of information. Yeah. The thing is, like, I've gotten some great answers from people in Discord servers, and yeah, that's lost to the ether. You know, like, everyone, like, I use the fast noise plugin, and that's what I'll probably, I use it for a little bit. I'm gonna use it for more, but I was having some issues with it, and I was like searching the GitHub issues pages, right? Because there's a GitHub for it. That's how I found it. And then I was searching and searching, couldn't find anything. You know, I was trying, failing at fixing it. Finally saw that there was a Discord, like a tiny ass little fucking Discord button on the GitHub page. I was like, okay, I'll go to the Discord. You know, who knows if it turns out it's a really active Discord. Really active Discord. The GitHub repository maintainer is super active and responsive in there. You know. I eventually got an answer, and he helped me with it, which was awesome. Which was awesome. But yeah, I could have found that a lot quicker, and he wouldn't have had to, you know, he maybe wouldn't have had to answer me. Maybe someone would have asked it before or had the same issue before. It's kind of, I know it's just kind of the trend, but it is a little, it's kind of gatekeeping, not on purpose. I don't think anyone's gatekeeping anything on purpose by using it. It's just, it's trendy, right? I feel like that's why. Okay, so we walked into that, but we stepped up it fairly nicely. Okay. That's looking good though. He's actually floating. Wait, why is he floating here? I mean, it works fine. Works fine. Wow, it's beautiful. Here's, we just got steep slopies. Yeah, just some steepy slopies here. But we're good. Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll keep running. I mean, give you to-dos are the best, yeah. If you forget what the answer was at a later date, guess what you're gonna have to do? Guess what you're gonna have to do if you didn't write it down? You're gonna have to search through Discord again. You're gonna have to remember what goddamn Discord server you got it in. And I think I'm going to end up building another system. I think that'll be on the horizon is a way for entities to turn off Because like these guys, all they do is just wander around. Like they're just chaff entities. I don't actually need them to be moving around and shit. So this is just for testing right now. But like these ones are like, I already probably have 1,000 spawns, so I definitely don't need to be running them just so they wander around. We got some issues. Wonderful. I'll definitely make some sort of entity invoker system to where like if a colonist wanders through here, they turn on all these chaff enemies that could potentially attack them. Yeah, the sliding direction trace that I'm getting is kind of fucking bad, isn't it? Like I'm getting the vector in between the impact normal and velocity, which is purple, which is not what I want. I don't want the, because that's the cross product, right? I don't want the cross product. I want the sliding direction. So I think that's needs to be fixed. But I got here. I am not falling or anything. We are wandering, moving to. We went backwards? Velocity went backwards. And because I was in the air there, I got marked as falling. Why did it move me down? It shouldn't have moved me down that much. I mean, I guess new location should be... Yeah, why did that move me down so much? How did that move me down so much? I'm getting the max between gravity. That didn't get any hits. I don't think step up was true. Because, failed to step up slope, did that happen? No, it didn't. We're definitely not on the ground. So yeah, we definitely got there. And my velocity here is what? Negative 320 in one frame. That's kind of crazy. 0 to negative 320. Transform data velocity plus equal. Do I need to be doing delta seconds here? Gravity is already delta seconds. Yeah, maybe. But if I added the delta seconds one, that would have actually been small. Well, no, it could have been bigger. It could have been bigger. Gravity is already delta seconds. Is that my issue? Yeah, we're setting the new location much farther down from. It should only be at max the end of the trace. I can't see what happened there. I guarantee you it's the same kind of thing though. Yeah, I think what happens is our deltas get too big, and then they end up multiplying gravity by too much. I don't think I should have been applying delta time there. First, what info was given out on a forum, you look it up, Google. Yeah, exactly. I would much rather have a Reddit than a Discord. Which I think, yeah, I think I memed that the My Project subreddit was already taken. Okay, let it run. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom while that runs, real quick. Okay, did we find the formula? Do we have the sauce? Let us inspect. Lettuce. Let us inspect. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. What are these? Just, yeah, these are just too steep. The slopes are steep, which is fine. Which is fine. It's gonna happen. I do hate in games where the AI has like a different rule set than the player. But, you know, you do need a little bit of that. Otherwise, the AI is just so fucking cheesable, you know? You do need a little wiggle room for things. Uh-oh. Fucking hell. Did you recover? Yeah, you're just on you were just walking up a steep slope for a while there. Okay. Should we clear all this out? Yeah. Okay. We're looking good this time. It's usually when we get up to like... Uh-oh. Okay, we got one. We got one. Oh, dude, it's one of these little cracks. It's so funny he fell through there. What are the fucking odds that he couldn't step through that? That's so crazy. I mean, that's actually a valid fall. This is a valid fall. It's just the velocity was perfect. The delta time was perfect. That this frame, he ended up directly on that fucking crack and fell through. I could do a, I could be doing a cylinder or a box trace instead of a line trace for these entities, and in that way, something like this wouldn't happen. That comes with its own challenges, right? It comes with its own challenges. So I don't know. I think I'm fine with that situation for now. It is super janky, but if that's the only issue I have with the movement system, I'm actually quite happy. With the velocity system, I'm actually quite happy. You're gonna fall down, you're gonna hopefully hit the bottom of that. Although I don't think there's a chunk rendered there, so maybe you're just gonna be falling forever. Yeah, that should rarely happen. I agree. And you know what? Sometimes your colonists are gonna fall in a cave. You might have to go help them. You might have to go help them. I'll definitely need some sort of system for determining if a colonist like can't get back home for some reason, you know? And alert the player. Or do some sort of unstuck behavior, you know? Okay, pause. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I think just changing it to a box trace fixes that issue, or a cylinder trace. I guess the problem with that is that I don't know if I get the right. Yeah, you're just gonna fall forever. You're the issue. 446 entity 446. Okay. Yeah, the issue with the box trace is one I'm experiencing on the building placement. I use the box trace there. The normal, the impact normal I get is kind of shitty. It's not like a nice line trace impact normal. So there's some like massaging I would need to do there. Process fatal error. Oh, we ran out of memory. Uh-oh. Chat, am I still here? Okay, my computer gave up. I think I'm still here. Yeah, I look good. Okay. Some of my OBS things didn't work. Yep, you're here. Okay. I can't start Task Manager. Oh, there we go. Now it's starting. Yeah, it ran out of memory. I guess the vlogger was running for too long. I was probably using like fucking 60. That means like it was using like 50, 60 gigs almost. That's funny. Oh no, I can't see. I can only see chat. Okay, I gotta like reopen some OBS docs here. Should rarely happen. Oh no, Chrome. Oh no, Chrome, are you okay? Oh, I need to like I need to restart some shit. Okay. Yeah, we had some Chrome tabs crash. Okay. All right, give me a sec. I probably shouldn't vlog for too long. Probably shouldn't vlog for too long. With that many. Okay. Is my chat working now? Okay, yeah. Activity feed. Okay, my activity feed is not working. Repro, what's up? Welcome in. We're recovering from a crash that like crashed Chrome and Writer and Unreal Engine all at the same time. Thankfully OBS didn't though, so we're still here. We are still here. Okay. Get back to testing here. 4-hour stream grinding, that's nothing. It's actually not. It's a considerable amount of time. I think the most I've done is like 8 hours. 8.5 hours or something like that. And yeah, my brain is nice and mushy after that. $24-hour win. I don't know that a game dev is the type of stream you want to do for 24 hours. That's a rough 24 hours. Maybe like a game jam. I don't know if I'd ever do a game jam. Okay. I don't know what this guy's having a rough time. don't know why that one guy. He's just in a kind of, I guess, a steep cave. Yeah. I do backend dev, and I've recently started. I use Django, and it's great. It makes things very easy, but I feel like I'm missing out on many core topics for fundamental backend. Any advice for beginner? I would just recommend, you know, it sounds like you're working on your own projects and stuff, which is good. I would recommend just trying a different language. You know, something not Python, you know. Try a Java backend or something, you know. And then you'll start to see what some of the other frameworks do. And you'll probably, I'm gonna guess that I feel like usually what happens is like people end up liking a certain framework, and you know, it could be a front-end framework like React. Then they go over to a different framework and they immediately don't like it because it's different and it's difficult, right? But once you start learning it, you'll eventually like it more. Maybe you still won't like it as much as your first one, but I would just recommend trying a different framework out, different language maybe. Yeah, Java Spring Boot's a popular one. Let me see here. What are we working on today? Still just the velocity processing, making sure these entities don't fall through the ground and stuff. We've made several improvements, and I think we're getting pretty close. How much memory am I at right now? 36 gigs, 96% total system usage. So let's just stop the vlogger, and we're just gonna let it run for a little bit. Then let's start it back up. How many are we at? 700 entities and counting. No one is failing yet. Uh-oh. Okay, thankfully we have a couple frames here. Bro, what was that? What is that? Why did you do that? What on earth? What on earth? So we didn't do orange. We skipped orange, right? And I guess because we didn't do delta time here, it got worse? I don't know. What did your velocity get turned into? It went from 0 to negative 300 in one frame. Move dist being 45. But the new location you got set to. New location. Transform data dot velocity. When I was multiplying it by delta time, it was acting weird. And it did seem to be more stable without delta time. But then this situation makes me think that I need delta time. Bro, see you later. Thanks for stopping by again. Transform data. So gravity has already been delta timed. We're accumulating it on velocity, which apparently gravity was like 300. The delta time difference was it would have been point like 3, something like that. Oh yeah, I logged it here, 0.308. So it would have been like Negative 980 times 0.308. Time to grind? Hell yeah. Good luck on your grind. Oh, Riprov, you're still here. Node.js, another popular backend. Node and Express. JavaScript backend. Especially if you want to do full stack, that's a good one. Okay, so delta time 17428, 17428, 459. Yeah, it's a large delta. So I would have taken that delta time. So gravity would be that amount. But then why didn't I trace that far is the question. Am I doing the max? I want the max of gravity.z, which would have been, oh, it's negative. Oh, yeah, flip that upside down. That's the problem. Yeah, flip that upside down. And actually, let's do this. Step height. Be max. Well, no, I think it makes more sense like that. Yeah, keep it like that. Keep it like that. We're so close. I can smell it. I can smell the success. Oh, it smells like I can move on to something else. Soon. Probably next stream, I hope. Okay. Start her up. Okay, we're gonna have a weird chunk somewhere. Okay. Well, you have put in good effort to fix as many scenarios you account for. Well, thank you for recognizing my efforts. Yeah, if I just had automated testing, it would have gone a lot faster. Can you imagine setting up the automated tests for this though? Like, am I alone in this feeling that is like kind of insane? Like, that sounds like hell. And I don't think like, what would have happened is I would have thought that I would had, you know, some scenarios. Another one would have happened in the world. Like, instead of just like running it again and trying again, I would be writing this really weird test where I would have to generate terrain. I would essentially have to do what I'm doing here, but in an automated fashion. So it just feels like for this kind of situation specifically, where like anything can happen. You know, I don't know if that guy knew much about game dev or not. And yeah, there are a lot of things you could automated test in game dev and have a good... I don't know, in my experience, like... even for the automated tests I have at work, which are not game dev, they are complicated systems that are flaky all the fucking time. Like, and you know, we're a bunch of Google engineers, you know, like... Maybe a language barrier thing, not sure. I don't know. He seemed to be clearly communicating what he was trying to get across. Like, I did understand what he was saying and trying to get at. I don't know, like, to me, it did seem a little naive. Like, and I get, like, and I get that people are like, yeah, test it, like, you know, a lot of people don't want to write tests, right? And so I get when someone's like, oh yeah, testing does actually, like, save time and stuff. It does. It does. For certain things. But that's why we write unit tests for work. Not only it does save time because you can be more confident in what you're developing, but like even our integration tests, super flaky sometimes. Certain ones are super flaky because of the complexity of the systems at Google, you know, like the infrastructure is insane. And it is literally a full-time job to understand a small slice of that infrastructure. It's called an SRE. Like, we have our own SREs because it's that complicated. So I'm just thinking either he wasn't familiar with game dev very much, or he has not worked at a company that's large enough to where the complexity has gotten to a level where having automated tests for everything is not realistic and is actually kind of a nightmare. Like, and I'm not saying you shouldn't write any at all, but hopefully he keeps coming back saying it. I get a chuckle every time. Yeah, it was kind of crazy that he came back again and was like, hey, there's actually another game that you said it wasn't procedural, but it's procedural and they did it. Like, yeah, but you don't know what tests they have, right? You don't know what they're testing. SRE here? Yeah, so you can speak on behalf of it probably. Like, Thawar, what are your thoughts on automated testing? Obviously, there's merit to it. I think you should have automated tests for things. I don't think you can automated test everything. And if you did, like, your releases would just be fucking hell, you know? You'd just, like, it would be a full-time job to fix the flaky tests as they integrate with other systems and stuff. And it's like, for things like game dev, I think that is even more true. Where there's like physics involved and like procedural terrain where anything could happen. These are just like random moves and stuff. Like, you can't account for everything that can happen in a game world. I guess I'm trying to cope right now. I'm trying to cope, but I need confirmation. Okay, how are we looking? No one has fallen yet. We're up to 800 entities too, so we're doing good. Your visual debugger is all you really need. I mean, if there was a way to reliably and easily set up an automated test for every single one of these fucking scenarios, that would be a bit faster, right? Than waiting for a scenario to randomly happen, right? But it's just like, how many scenarios are there? I don't even know. I don't know what the scenarios are because it's a world with physics, right? With random terrain. Like, it's kind of hard to come up with all the scenarios. And like the modeling the data that you would need for it would be so crazy too. And like the tests, like one of our issues with our tests at my work is that like our app needs really, really complicated data. It comes from like an ML forecasting service, right? And we have to copy, like, we could set it up on our own, but like we are also in like part of the larger we are a part of a larger ecosystem that we would need to ferry that data through, and there is like not a good way to do that, and it's not within our hands to do so. And there's some really tight restrictions for complicated reasons that I don't fully understand, that we can't reliably do that. It's like we can, but like they can't keep that in a database at all times because every other team, every other app needs it too. And the dev database is already massive. And so we have a few customers that we have to copy their data from prod into dev. And those are like our base customers that we test with. But sometimes, you know, the data changes because these are ML forecasting. Oh god, we crashed again. Am I still going? God, the OBS feedback, no. Okay, I'm still here, I guess. Chrome does not work though. Okay. Actually, no, Chrome is here again. Come back to me, Chrome. It enables faster, safer deployments and reduces manual intervention during incident response. It just reduces toil. Like, yeah, I agree that you need them to a certain extent. I don't think you can do it for everything, though. I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. But everything is frozen here. Oh, I would need to restart OBS. I don't have any OBS feedback. I literally can't see chat. But anyways, I was explaining why our integration tests are so complicated. And it is like push leader week for us is the person who has to fix those every week. It sucks. It sucks because of how complicated our data is. The data changes in prod all the time. Coming up with the data manually is a pain. And even if we did, the larger ecosystem that we're a part of, there's not a great way to do it. And we're like one of the only teams that needs that level of data. And so it's, you know, a lot of the integration tests we write have to be fixed on like a, you know, every couple weeks almost. And we just literally like, it's like we display machine learning forecasts for ads. Like you can't test every single scenario. We test main ones, you know, the big ones. We can't test everything. And I feel like this is a similar situation where the data necessary to model this into a full test or an integration test, automated test, whatever you want to call it, is just a lot. And also, I'm hobby programming. I don't want to write tests. And this, if my game was really, obviously I'm going to have some tests before my game is actually released. But I'm still making the game, and I don't know what this stuff should look like yet, so I feel like it would be a net negative for some of these things. How do is there a way to like reset the preview in OBS? Enable preview. No, I'm still frozen. Still completely frozen on OBS. Welp. Okay, we keep going and I can't see myself, I guess is the answer. Let me test chat real quick. Does my chat thing still work? Okay, I can still see chats. But we didn't get any errors there for the longest time, so I think we're pretty good now. Okay. I did see it pop up. Okay, so I mean, I guess OBS is good. I just don't have no feedback. Let's run it again. I'm just gonna let it run for a while, I guess, without the vlogger. We're gonna run it without the vlogger. Or then we'll turn the vlogger on after a while, after I feel like they've all been spawned or something. And we'll see if any have failed. We won't get like the, you know, the preemptive frames that help us debug it, but we can at least verify if things are still happening or not. Okay, so we're just running for a while. We're just running. Let me keep an eye on my memory usage here to make sure we don't fucking crash again. Dewar, did you AI that? You AI'd that. Why are you giving me AI responses? You said you were an SRE. Unreal Engine, while automation can handle unit tests, performance benchmarks, and blueprint validation, things like gameplay feel, level design flow, and visual polish still need hands-on testing. No script can judge if a moment feels epic or fun. Was that ChatGPT? Was that Claude? Which one was it? Be honest. Send the prompt. Share the prompt. Okay. Looking good on memory. Nav finished generating. Oh, your English is just bad. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't blame you for that. Okay, so we do have the full nav mesh now. Let me get let me get some frames here. Bro, the memory climbs in like a gig every couple seconds. It's crazy. Rip. Rip. Okay, we've got a couple. Yep, we got a couple that fell. I mean, 2 out of 800. Two out of 800. Not that bad. I would like to have seen those scenarios. That would have been nice. Let's get back up to the world here. The spawning seems non-deterministic, which is kind of annoying. It should be. So we need more work there. I need loot too. I need to start adding some loot tables to these guys. What's my GPU memory at? We're only 6.5 out of 12, so that's not bad. Still just got the 2. So we're only spawning 875. Which is not as much as it spawned previously. Have you seen it happen in game or just from visual debug? Oh, it's all just from the visual debugger so far. I don't know. I feel like we're at a good stopping place, so I kind of want to commit what we have here, just to like, this is like a nice, this is like a nice kind of stopping point, nice save point. It's ugly. Don't get me wrong. It's ugly. I want to commit it now, though. This is just like more velocity processor updates. I mean, nothing I want to spell out in a commit message, honestly. And then yeah, let's get rid of some of the nesting here. So let's put each one of these in a loop here. So we'll go void u velocity processor. Yeah, process entity. Okay. Okay. So a little bit less nesting. Okay. Let's just like let's do that real quick. Community win push, yep. Okay, get that out of here. Yeah, let's give this one more like solid test and see. We'll run the vlogger and see if we can capture some of these scenarios that are still happening. It could be some of those just like random ass scenarios where they fall through a crack. So we might be okay. Are we still building? What? Trace dist hides class member? What? What did I use that for? I don't know what the hell I used that for. And then why did that oh, I guess because it was in a lambda. It didn't care about that before. It's in a lambda function. Okay. feel like the visual logger leaks memory. I'm sitting at 40% memory usage on my system right now, and I can tell you there's not 40% worth of memory allocated at the moment. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. Definitely not. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if that's my responsibility or not, because I am doing a bunch of showing entity data on there and stuff. I don't know if I actually need to worry about that. Yeah, keep that up. What else do I want? Vlogger. We're not gonna start it. We're gonna wait till several are spawned again and then start it. Okay. Krishna Game Dev, welcome in. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Okay, what are we looking like here? Nothing? Okay, we can stop for now. Let's wait for some more to spawn. I guess we're just kind of randomly check, because like I only have so much memory on my system before this just like look at this. 18. I'm also learning Unity. Well, this is Unreal Engine. But hello, welcome in. Welcome in nonetheless. Okay, we're looking good. Wait for some more to spawn. Okay, any baddies here? Any baddies? Okay, feel good. Nothing yet. How many are spawned? I have 700 spawned already. Is that it? Aha! Okay, we've found a scenario. Dude, look at that. The amount of gravity affected him that this frame is nuts. Let me see here. Did he recovered though? He recovered. So this is actually, he's just on a, that slope doesn't look that steep. Slope is too steep. Wait, hang on. Wait, did I flip that on accident? Was that the wrong way? No, it's not. Oh, maybe I need to do 0.293. Actually. I think I need to do a 1 minus here. Right? Because... yeah, maybe I'm doing the wrong direction there. Because that is not a very steep slope. Is asking what you are doing right now. I can breathe, maybe? Yeah, you're allowed to breathe. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm working on my entity system, which is just like how I move like NPCs around in memory for the whole world without like turning them off. So there's actually there's no like actor or anything here. It's just a bunch of data that I'm moving around, and I'm you know, it's a procedural world. And so there's no mesh here, and so I just have to move them around on the nav mesh using my own collision system and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to get that all ironed out, making sure they're not falling through the earth and stuff like that. I think, is everyone confused? Everyone is confused now. Everyone is confused. Let's stop for a second. Clear. Okay, Unreal Engine is using 30 gigs right now. We'll give it one more little test here for a while. Pause. Okay, well, I can't seem to figure out a failing scenario here. Just gonna wait a little while. Run it. I am running out of memory. And I don't want to crash again. I have to choose wisely. Yeah, nothing failing. Over 1,000 entities. They're all running nicely. Okay, I need to, yep, that's about my capacity for this session. Okay, yeah, and we're all good. We're all good. I don't know if this is the right move or not. I think I'll quickly find out, though. Okay. Cool. I think it's about to storm. Again. Okay, waiting for an error to show up here. Well, we're waiting. We have 700 spawned. We're spawning more. So let's, we'll stop until they're all spawned. It does bother me that the spawning is not deterministic. I do need to do some more work on the spawn point filtering. Especially if it's not deterministic. We got 1,000 entities. It looks like that's our cap. 1,027 entities here. None of them are failing so far. Good news, everyone. Good news. We have some blips here. Oh, this is that guy that's like stuck in the fucking... He's like stuck in the crevice. Poor guy. Well, you did your train already, sports biomes? Yep. Or if you wanted to add, you would need to implement it. I just need to build the PCG graphs. And then we're good to go, basically. There's some more improvements I want to do to it, but yeah. It supports different biomes. All the different colors on the map whenever I pull that up. Pause. Stop. Clear. Stop. Yeah, like these are, you know, I'm in a forest right now. Right now I only have 2 grass, which is forest and meadows. But I think forest is the default, so everything that's not a forest or meadows is forest. Cyan is meadows, so each color relates to a different biome. And I'll eventually do, like, more different things than just one color equals one biome. I have some plans for making it different. Even within a color. The color is just going to be kind of like the base background. And then I'll be putting in, like, points of interest and stuff. Fuck. Oh, I missed this one. Oh, I'm so sad. My God, you've been falling for a while. How did I not notice that? Oh my God, he fell through this same fucking crack again. Okay, that's fine though. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. That's crazy. Crazy that that's happened twice. I guess it's not as, okay, I'm running out of memory again, so. Yep. If that's our only issue, I mean, I think we're looking good, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're looking good. And yeah, they're gonna fall through a crack sometimes. That's gonna happen. Again, I could do the box trace to be a little bit better at that, but who's to say? Okay, I think that's gonna be it for me today. I think I accomplished what I needed to. Oh, Jed's streaming. Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, I'm happy we got through that. Let me actually get rid of this. My computer is like begging for a break. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Eric Robinson, Tinkerado, Hasty Wasty, Krishna. Who else was here? Dewar. Jinmu, of course, as well. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you had a great weekend. By the way, is streaming dead vlogs worth? I'm also thinking to do. Is streaming worth it? I mean, you'll have to find that out for yourself. If you enjoy it, go for it. You have to give it a shot and see how you like it. But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Jed, another Unreal Engine developer. It looks like he's just doing some Blender stuff though. So he looks like he's lacing up the corset of a nice young lady. But yeah, take it easy, everyone. Have a good one.